All right. Thank you very much. You can take a seat. Thank you. I just need to get set up on the computer and then I'll be right with you. Oh, you can please take a seat. And they've already heard the tape? Have they already heard the tape? No. You've already heard the tape? Yeah. Oh, sorry. No. I understand. I appreciate it. Yeah, no. Just double checking. Yeah, no worries. This is the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar for August 1st, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Additionally, this is a victim's rights advisement. If you are the victim of a crime or with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. And everybody for today, Jess, I know that you heard the tape. Additionally, just the fact is that you are going to be getting paperwork after this hearing. You have all your written release conditions. I'm going to be going over the highlights. However, I'm not going to go over each and every one of them. You are responsible, though, for each and every one of these release conditions. So don't lose your paperwork. Be sure to review it. And we're just going to start. So, oh, hold on. Let me see. I signed in, but I still need to get set up. Okay. So on this page. And I'm just going to move it over to this page. Okay. Calling Chuy Trujillo. Come to the podium, please. And Luis Tena Burciago, please go to the chair at the window, at the door. Hello, sir.
How you doing?
Okay. Now, could you please state your full name?
Chuy Trujillo.
Okay, hold on. Get to the bench view. And your middle name?
Jose.
Thank you. Your date of birth?
10/5/1991.
Thank you. Now, you are being charged with one count of aggravated DUI, driving on the wrong way as a class 4 felony, one count of unlawful flight from a law enforcement officer or vehicle as a class 5 felony, one count of criminal damage as a class 6 felony, one count of resisting arrest, risking physical injury as a class 6 felony, one count of reckless driving, class 2 misdemeanor, one count of failing to obey police officer as a class 2 misdemeanor, and one count of possessing an open container in a vehicle as a class 2 misdemeanor. I did find that there was probable cause for these charges. I did make a finding that you were not innocent, so not appointing counsel at this time. However, if that changes, you can always ask the court to reconsider that decision. And if you feel that, you're now that you can't afford it to hire counsel, you can ask the court to, decide, hey, look, that you need counsel. They can always look again at your income, okay?
Okay.
You have a status conference set on August the 6th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on August 10th at 8:30 a.m. at the Southport Tower in downtown Phoenix. And you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000. So the secured appearance bond, you can use a bonding company to be able to help you be able to get released. You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victim. Yes, because of the criminal damage portion. Also, obviously, you're not going to be able to contact the officers as well. And I wasn't sure if you lived at the place where the balcony was at. Do you or do you not? If you do, I put down the fact that you're allowed one civil standby with the law enforcement to collect your essential belongings, but you are not allowed to. I know that I meant to add that you're not allowed to live. Do you live there or no?
No.
Okay, then I don't have to add it. Don't have to change the paperwork. Okay, but and also then it doesn't also matter that it states whether or not you can. Obviously, if you don't have belongings there, then you don't need the civil standby. But do not consume drugs without a valid prescription. Do not possess or consume any alcohol. Do not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state. You must notify the court of your new address. You go to your left, you'll get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute, you have another case as well. And that's number 28 on the docket. You also have a warrant for violating your probation. And again, it states that you're not indigent. You have a probation revocation hearings on August the 7th at 8:30 a.m. And you have a secured appearance bond in that case in the amount of $5,000. Again, you can use bonding companies to be able to help you out. You're on probation. You're not to possess any weapons. Be sure to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. So you guys can get your paperwork.
Thank you.
Luis Tena Burciaga, please come to the podium. Dorian Tallman, please go to the chair. Hello, sir.
How you doing, ma'am?
Pretty good, thank you. Okay, could you please state your full name?
Luis Joano Tena Burciaga,
Thank you. Your date of birth?
11/13/1990.
Thank you. And you have two cases before me today. And I'll just go to the new case first. You are being charged with one count of unlawful flight from law enforcement as a Class 5 felony and one count of possessing and using drug paraphernalia as a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for these charges. I'm going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on August 6th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on August 10th at 8:30 a.m. at the Southport Tower in downtown Phoenix. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. You're not to initiate contact with arresting officers. Do not possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. And you must notify the court of any new address. On your other case, it is a warrant for violating your probation. And it does have the same name and date of birth on this case, number 13 on the docket. You have, I am going to appoint counsel to represent you on this case. You have probation revocation hearings on August the 7th at 8:30 a.m. This is at downtown Phoenix, but it's at 201 West Jefferson. You have secured appearance bond in this case in the amount of $1,000. If because you're on probation, you of course cannot possess any weapons, and you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Okay? If you go to your left to get your paperwork. Okay. Dorian Tallman, please come to the podium. Hello, sir. Could you please state your full name?
Dorian T. Tolman.
I'm sorry.
Dorian T. Tolman.
Okay, it's Tony.
Tony.
Okay, just making sure.
Yes.
And your date of birth, please.
October 8th, 1997.
Thank you. You are being charged with one count of aggravated assault as a Class 4 felony and one count of disorderly conduct as a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for these charges. I'm going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on August the 6th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on August the 10th at 8:30 a.m. at the Southport Tower. I'm going to set a secured appearance bond in this case in the amount of $20,000. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victim. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're allowed. I wasn't sure if you lived with the.
I do, yes.
Okay. Well, you're allowed. You're allowed one civil standby with law enforcement to collect essential belongings, but you may not reside at the same location as the alleged victim. Obviously, let's say that person wants to live with you and wants to have contact with you. These release conditions could be modified later on at a different time period. Okay, but obviously at this moment, I'm just going on the basis that for no contact. You are not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. Okay? Because you're allowed to get your paperwork. Joseph Brown, please come to the podium. Ileana Vega Rico, please go to the chair. Hello, sir.
Ma'am.
Could you please state your full name?
Joseph Reese Brown,
Thank you. Your date of birth?
4/15/1992.
Thank you. Now you have two cases before me today, number 14 and 24 on the docket. I'm going to start with your new case. It is for one count of theft means of transportation. It's a class 3 felony. I did find probable cause for these charges. I'm going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on August 6th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on August 10th at 8:30 a.m. at the Southport Tower in downtown Phoenix. I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $10,000. If you make the bond, then you're to be on pretrial supervision with electronic monitoring, and the curfew could be determined by a pretrial officer. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victim. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're driving a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. That's on that case. On your other case, it is a warrant for violating your probation. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have a non-witness violation hearing on August the 7th at 8:30 a.m. and I'm affirming the bond in the amount of $1,000. And so in this case, just of course, since you're on. Okay, you know what? This is a warrant for violating probation. I need to make sure that I need to edit the paperwork because it should state in the fact that you're not supposed to have weapons. Since the other one is a brand new case, I didn't add that in there. But obviously, you know that since you're on probation, you're not supposed to have weapons. But yeah. I still like to keep it in my release conditions for probation violation cases. Okay, so I just signed that. I'm just making sure that I don't know if it. Sometimes when I think I hit the signature, it doesn't always get accomplished. Okay, so then just make sure that you contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Okay, if you go to your left, you will get the paperwork. Ileana Vega Rico, please come to the podium. Alexis O'Connell, please come to the chair. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name.
Ileana Vega Rico,
Thank you. Your date of birth?
12/21/96.
Thank you. Now you are being charged with one count of theft of means of transportation as a class 3 felony and one count of trafficking in stolen property as in second degree as a class 3 felony. I did find probable cause for these charges. I am going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on August 6th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on August 10th at 8:30 a.m. at the Southport Tower in downtown Phoenix. I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000. If you're to be able to make that bond, you're then to be supervised by pretrial services and then placed on electronic monitoring to be installed before you're released. And then you are to be placed on curfew with restrictions to be determined by your pretrial officer.
Okay.
You are not to initiate contact with the alleged victim of the stolen vehicle. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription, not to drive a motor vehicle without valid driver's license, do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. If you go to your left, you'll get your paperwork. Alexis O'Connell, please come to the podium. And Harley Adminstead, please go to the chair. Hello. You have two cases before me today, and here I will start with the new case, which is number 2 on the docket. You are being charged with 1 count of possessing or using a narcotic drug as a class 4 felony, and 1 count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a class 6 felony. I did find probable, oh, I'm sorry. I don't think I got your name.
Alexis O'Connell.
That's record first, so let's get that. Would you please state your name
Alexis O'Connell,
and your date of birth?
10203.
Thank you. And that actually is the same name and date of birth on both cases, number 1 and number 2 on the docket. And so as I stated, you are being charged with 1 count of possessing or using a narcotic drug as a class 4 felony, and 1 count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a class 6 felony. I'm appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on August the 6th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on August 10th at 8:30 a.m. at Southport Tower in downtown Phoenix. You have a secured appearance bond, in this case in the amount of $750. You're not to initiate contact with arresting officers, do not possess or consume drugs without a valid prescription, you're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license, you must notify the court of any new address. On your other case, it is a warrant for violating your probation. And as I stated ahead of time, that it's the same name and date of birth that you just gave me. You have a warrant for violating your probation. I'm going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have probation revocation hearings on August the 7th at 8:30 a.m. in downtown Phoenix, but it is at 201 West Jefferson. It's basically sort of in the same block.
Yeah, just down.
It's the same block of court of buildings, but it's not the exact building. And you have, as I stated, I'm going in that one. I'm affirming the bond, which is $250, so it'd be a total $1,000. And this one is just basically adding the fact that you're forced not to have weapons since you're on probation, and be sure to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. If you go to your left, you'll get your paperwork. Harley Edmiston, please, or Edmiston, please come to the podium. Damon Inciso, please go to the chair. Hello, could you please state your name?
Harley Lee James Edmiston,
Thank you. Your date of birth?
2/15/91.
Thank you. Now you have a warrant out of East Mesa Justice Court for 1 count of DUI, the class 1 misdemeanor. I am going to appoint counsel to represent you regarding the bond amount. Actually,
I had a question for you
Yes.
on that, Your Honor. I was incarcerated in DOC,
oh, were you? Okay.
and I did file a motion with the court to
Okay.
try to have this put off to where I can deal with it after I got out.
You would have to talk to the court.
I was gonna
I
say,
can't deal with that.
it was denied, and I just got out of DOC. That's
Okay.
why I'm here now. Like, I was trying to take care of it. I'm the sole provider in my house. I was picked up at my house as I was in the process of trying to
And this is the only
feed
one.
my kids.
Okay.
I live down in Globe, and I was honestly just hoping, Your Honor, that I can get OR to where I can go and finish working. I will appear in court. I don't have any non-appearances on my record or anything like that.
Okay, so you were in DOC, you did contact the court?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I did contact the courts, but with DOC switching their mailing system the way that they did, I didn't get any paperwork until after I was already released.
Okay.
So when I got released, I did contact the courts. I was actually in the process of coming up here when the officers arrested me yesterday.
Okay.
And that's why I'm just really hoping, ma'am, that I can have the opportunity to go home.
Is there any sort of bond that you can make?
I would have to call my wife. I'm not sure. Like I said, I just had the money.
Okay, here.
I was working yesterday when I got picked up. If there's a way, at most, you could do like $100 bond, I might be able to call my wife and get money, but like I said, I just got out of DOC and I haven't even got my first paycheck yet now. And I really am trying to do everything I can to be a providing father for my family and, lead a positive role. But I promise you, any court dates, and you set them for tomorrow, and I'll be at court. No joke about it. I'm not gonna miss anything. I'm gonna stay in full contact. Try to show my children, how being an adult is supposed to be.
Okay, well, don't make me look like a fool, okay?
Okay,
I am going to release you OR.
all
And in
right.
fact, I'm even putting in my notes that I am believing you, okay?
And I give you my word, ma'am.
Okay.
I will do everything in my power.
And in fact, I work in that court because I'm actually a part-time commissioner. So I actually also
That's
work
even
in that
better.
other court as well. So that judge knows me.
That's even better than.
But no, but it also will make me look like a major fool
The officer.
if you don't show up.
I know
Okay.
it says not to speak, but the officer in this DUI case didn't even show up to the first court.
They don't have to show up for that court. They only have to show up for trial.
No, he requested with ADOT to do a telephonic hearing and
Okay.
never showed up.
Well, right now, you can always deal with that
Yeah.
at that court. Right now, all I'm dealing with is your release conditions,
Okay.
okay? Now, also, I don't know if you've been in Globe, right? Because I now know that, because when I went to Globe, because I was also a part-time judge there, but I haven't been there for a year, the road there is like, there's closures
There's
there.
construction.
So you need to make sure that you deal
Yes,
with
ma'am.
that
I will be
closure and make
here.
sure that you get to court.
I was gonna say, I'll be up here the day
Okay.
prior just to get away from.
Yeah,
that.
that's in fact what I was planning on doing when they
Yeah.
might have needed me. I was
Yeah.
gonna go up there the night before and stay
Yeah,
before they
hopefully
needed
they'll
me.
be done with construction soon, but
Well, I think it's
we're
gonna,
5 years on a 2-year job. so-
okay, yeah, I know. Okay, so just, I am believing the fact that you did contact them, because even though when people sometimes call right from jail, right from prison or whatever, that they don't necessarily always take care of it.
Yeah, they told me in prison it was a misdemeanor, so they're not gonna let me.
Right,
bother.
they're not just gonna let it go. Or at least sometimes it's like, but still, I would honestly when you go there, show proof of the fact that you've been in DOC for however long. Okay, so
Yeah.
bring in all your paperwork, because also if you show it to the prosecutor also, they can maybe do something. So that most likely when you first see the judge, then they're gonna do another court date when you talk to the prosecutor, and you can show all that, and maybe the prosecutor might do something.
All right.
Obviously, I can't do that, I don't know.
Yeah, 'cause I was in.
But I'm just
prison.
saying, always bring all your paperwork with you, okay?
Okay,
Like I said, I am going to let you be released, OR. But just, you need to make sure you show up for court, because like I said, I'm gonna look like an idiot.
I promise you, ma'am, I will.
Okay, and so then I'm not going to appoint, I'm not gonna order counsel then, because I'm not keeping you in custody.
Okay,
If you have, they can always order counsel for you because it's a DUI.
yeah,
So you can always ask for counsel when you go to court. So let's see. Your next court date is going to be an arraignment on August 5th at 8:30 a.m. at the East Mesa Justice Court.
okay,
So, like I said, make sure you show up
I will. I give you my word on it.
there. And I've just signed it. But that is a huge difference regarding
Yeah,
this change. So it's like, like I said, make absolutely sure you show up. Okay, and then yes, if you please just go to the left, and then I'll start working on the next person.
okay. In the back row?
Mr. Enciso, please come to the podium. Susanna, Leon, please go to the chair. Okay. Sir, could you please state your full name?
Damon Xavier Enciso,
Thank you, date of birth.
6/24/2003.
Thank you. And you have a warrant for violating probation. I'm going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have probation revocation hearings on August 7th at 8:30 a.m. at downtown Phoenix at 201 West Jefferson. And you have security appearance bond in this case in the amount of $1,000. Be sure you are not to possess weapons, do not possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, do not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You must notify the court of any new address, and be sure to contact your probation officer within 72 hours.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
So I just got kicked out of my residence, and I just bought another house right now.
Okay.
And so, like, I've been trying to call my PO and everything. They wouldn't answer me, even though I just found out, like, before I got arrested for that warrant, that they were out on that. But it's in a different county, though.
It says for you to contact your probation officer, then contact the probation office and let them know your name, and then.
Well, I was just letting you know because I just had to purchase a
Well, you
house.
have a warrant. I cannot.
Oh, no, you're fine. No, I get that. No, you're good. I'm not. I was just letting you know that just so they can understand that now.
Well, this recording doesn't go straight to the next court, so they're not going to know this information.
Probation officers wouldn't know.
The probation officers aren't going to listen to this. So you
Okay,
need to
my
let them
bad.
know.
I'm sorry about that. I felt like I didn't mean to interrupt you like that.
No, please. Hey, I have no problems listening to what you have to say. I'm glad that it seems like you are trying to. Just make sure that you let them know. Okay. So, like, if you have any sort of documentation or anything, like I said with the other person before, be sure you're going to have counsel.
Okay.
Like, let's say you have phone records, whatever.
Yes.
Get your phone records, show it to them, maybe even screenshots, whatever you have, like recent record calls. Get all of that information so you can show your attorney to be able to help you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Is that it?
Yes.
All right, you have a good one.
You too. Susanna Leon, please come to the podium. Cody Colburn, please go to the chair. Good morning. Please state your full name.
Susanna Leon,
Date of birth.
11484.
Thank you. Now, you are being charged with one count of criminal trespassing in the first degree as a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for that charge. I am going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have a status conference on August 6th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on August 10th at 8:30 a.m. at the South Court Tower in downtown Phoenix. I am going to set a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,000. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victim. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go to your left to get your paperwork.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Cody Colburn, please come to the podium. Jose Redondo, please go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your phone name?
Cody Colburn.
Your middle name is Martin?
I'm sorry?
Is your middle name Martin?
Yes, ma'am.
And your date of birth?
August 22nd, 1991.
Thank you. You are being charged with one count of resisting arrest with physical injury as a class, or risk of physical injury as a class 6 felony, one count of disorderly conduct as a class 1 misdemeanor, and one count of assault, touching to injure as or touching with basically as a class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for these charges. I find that you're not indigent, so I'm not appointing counsel at this time. However, if that were to change, you can always ask the next court to, reconsider my decision and, ask for counsel at that time. You have a status conference set on August 17th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on August 19th at 8:30 a.m. And that is at the South Court Tower at 175 West Madison Street. Now, I'm going to be releasing you on supervised release under pretrial services. And then you need to report to them within 72 hours. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victims. You're not to initiate contact with arresting officers. I am going to allow one civil standby with law enforcement to collect your essential belongings, but you may not reside at the same location as any alleged victim. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. And yeah, there was a disorderly conduct and assault, and that's why for those victims, obviously that's why you're not
It was
to
for the what,
be able to
ma'am?
live with them.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said that's why you're not allowed to live with them. You cannot reside with the victims of the assault and disorderly conduct.
Okay.
Okay? Just, you can go to your left. Jose Arredondo, please come to the podium. Hello, sir. Can you please state
Hello.
your full name
My name is Jose Arredondo,
and your date of birth?
January 6, 95.
Thank you. Now, you have a failure to appear because you failed to appear at the status conference. So your underlying charges is 1 count of possessing or using narcotic drug as a class 4 felony and 1 count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a class 6 felony. From June 29th to 2026, you have the existing counsel. You have a status conference set on August the 6th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on August 10th at 8:30 a.m. at the Southport Tower. I am affirming the bond in $1,000. Okay, you're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. Do not possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Do not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state. And you must notify the court of any new address.
Okay.
Okay, go to your left or get your paperwork. Eric Tamayo, please come to the podium. Jose Delgado, please go to the chair. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Could you please state your full name?
Eric Alejandro Tamayo,
Thank you. Your date of birth?
August 21st, 1990.
Thank you. You are being charged with 1 count of aggravated DUI, with it being suspended or revoked for DUI as a class 4 felony, 1 count of possessing or using narcotic drug as a class 4 felony, and 1 count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for these charges. It does appear that you are not indigent, so I'm not appointing counsel for you at this time. I don't know if you ever heard if that does change. You can ask.
What does that mean? I'm sorry.
Like that, there are 2 prongs for you to be able to be appointed a counsel. One is the fact that you are looking at the possibility of loss of liberty. But the other one is the fact that you can't afford counsel. And when I looked at your income, it looked as though you would be able to hire your own counsel. So if for some reason, though, that does change, let me take a look at the financial profile that I got. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I think okay, well, would you want me to appoint counsel?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it does look like your outcome is the same as your income. So I will.
I mean, he didn't ask me if I paid child support or anything, and I.
It's in the form, like what goes in and what goes out.
Oh, he didn't. I'm sorry.
Okay, so maybe it's the way that he was doing. Okay, so I will then. Okay, I just changed that. I just signed it. Appointing counsel for him. Okay, so
Thank you.
will appoint counsel.
Thank
you. You have a status conference set on August the 17th at 8:30 a.m. and preliminary hearing on August the 19th at 8:30 a.m. at the Southport Tower, downtown Phoenix. I am going to be releasing you on supervised release under pretrial services. You are to report to them within 72 hours, and you are to be having alcohol testing and monitoring and drug testing and monitoring.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then, like I said, be sure to read all the release conditions. So
Okay.
you're responsible for all of them.
Okay. When would I be released then?
Well, it's going to take time. It takes hours.
But I don't have to pay a bond or anything?
I'm not releasing, I'm going to be releasing you on supervised release with pretrial services.
Would you be able to consider OR?
No, I'm not. Because actually, in fact, the state wanted me to give you a fine, but they also wanted me to do the alcohol testing and monitoring.
It's because my previous DUIs from like over a decade ago, though.
Okay. Because of the alcohol testing and monitoring, I feel that it would be a good idea to have you be supervised by pretrial services.
Okay.
So if you just go to your left, you'll get your paperwork.
Thank you so much.
All right, so let's see. Jose Delgado, please come to the podium. Jennifer White, please go to the chair. Hello, sir. Could you please state your full name?
Jose Delgado,
Thank you. Now I have I have 4 cases before me today for you. Number 7, 8, 9, and 10 on the docket. Could you please state your full name?
Jose Gustavo Delgado,
Okay, and your date of birth?
October 22nd, 1988.
Okay, now I have the first name and last name and the date of birth on all of the cases that I have before me today. Give and this number 7 on the docket is a warrant for violating your probation. I'm going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have probation revocation hearings on August the 7th at 8:30 a.m. at downtown Phoenix. You have secured appearance bond in this case in the amount of $250. You're not to possess weapons. Do not possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. Be sure to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. On number 8, it is also a warrant for violating your probation. I'm going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have probation revocation hearings on August 7th at 8:30 a.m., same date and time as your last case. And on this one, though, the bond amount is $900. The release conditions are essentially the same. On your next case, it is a brand new case, number 9 on the docket, same name and date of birth that we've just stated, that you are being charged with 1 count of possessing or using narcotic drug as a class 4 felony, 1 count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a class 6 felony, 1 count of resisting arrest as a misdemeanor. Oh, wait a minute. You do not have existing counsel. I do need to edit this. Yeah. You have I'm setting counsel. You have I'm setting a secured appearance bond in this case in the amount of $2,500. And you're not to initiate contact with the arrest. Did I sign that already? Okay, well. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. On your last case, let me just see, with this, I believe, yeah, this is a direct complaint. The charges are for 1 count of possessing or using narcotic drugs on November the 5th of 2025, and possessing or using drug paraphernalia November the 1st. That's also November 5th on 2025. And so you will have I am going to put counsel on this case. Yeah, since probable cause has already been determined, I do not have to make that finding. I am going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have a status conference on August the 6th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on August 10th at 8:30 a.m. in this case. That will be at downtown Phoenix and Southport Tower. And I'm going to set a secured appearance bond in this case in the amount of $100. And I'm not quite sure exactly how much it all comes out to be. So you can just get that off, look out later on, okay? But at least they are all secured appearance bonds so that you can use a bonding company to be able to help you. All right, so if you go to your left, they're gonna get you that paperwork. We just made that change to be able to make sure that you had counsel in that other case.
Yeah.
All right, you need to, I know the tape says go to your right, but you actually have to go to your left.
Okay. It's in the back room.
Jennifer White, please come to the come to the podium. Clarence Chambers, please go to the chair. Hello.
Hi, ma'am. I just wanted to say, I just got reinstated yesterday from my parole. Yeah, and I was really excited because I was supposed to get out today. And I found out I had this charge, and I didn't know I had this charge because it rolled up on me. And I would really like the chance to be able to get released still and pay it because it's just a misdemeanor, and I would go to court. I wouldn't bail on it. I really want to be able to leave today.
Okay, well, I'm sending the bond in the amount of $500.
I have no money
money
for
at all?
bond, and I really would like the chance because I just got released.
You just got
Yeah, I just got reinstated.
Okay.
And I'm like, wow, I could go to court so easy for this outside when I'm gone.
Okay.
Like I can easily go to court, ma'am.
Okay, here. Because obviously if you don't show up for court,
Yeah,
then it will be a violation of your probation.
but I know I
Okay, hold on.
can.
Okay,
Yeah, I could do
I-
that.
I'm going to not, okay. I am not going to make an order regarding counsel.
I'll work really hard.
Okay, I will release you OR. Okay, defendant reinstated yesterday.
That's all I need is a date for court and I will go.
Hold on.
Thank you.
No.
The only thing I have a hard time with is all these court buildings when I'm downtown Phoenix, because I'm from Utah. Which court building is it? Is it like the
Oh,
ones
hold
on by Van Buren?
Okay, let me tell. This one.
Okay. There's a map? Okay, that would be wonderful to look at.
Because it's not Superior Court.
Okay,
And right now we're at the jail. So it's,
yeah.
okay, so let me explain to you. Okay, so yes, I can understand. If you were just placed, so here, let me hit save, but I need to sign. Okay. Okay, let me first off. Okay, this is El Centro Justice Court. I do not know where El Centro Justice Court is. So yes, the address, here, where's the address? The address is on your paperwork,
Okay,
and yes,
you can look it up on
like if you
the
have a
phone, yeah.
phone, like yeah, just the map.
I will, because I'm gonna,
Yeah.
if you release me, I can do that.
Okay.
I will do that.
And I'm going, okay, so first of all, let me get your name.
Okay,
That's
Jennifer Marie White,
okay, your date of birth?
4/10/85.
All right, and you do have a warrant for justice court, and yes, I was going to affirm the bond for $500, but you have convinced me that because you are reinstated on probation, that you understand that it will violate your
The probation.
by
Yes.
not showing up.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not also, if you were kept in custody, I would have to appoint counsel for you, but since you're not. So you're being charged with obstructing justice by refusing to give your true name as a class 1 misdemeanor from December the 29th of 2025. You have an arraignment set. It is now on August the 20th at 8:30 a.m. and that will be at El Centro Justice Court. Like I said, I'm not exactly sure where it is. So yes, the address, and like I said, they have a map in the paperwork. If not, at least you will have, it's El Centro Justice Court. Look it up.
That's what I'll
Okay.
do. I just,
Sure.
right before I came in here, I got a phone.
Okay.
And so it should be
Oh,
in the
good.
mail, and I'm waiting for it in the mail. So there's things I'm waiting for, my ID too, my Utah state, my
Well,
state
you
ID.
know what? Let's say that something happens to your phone. Just
Okay.
make sure, no matter what, that you find a way to get there.
Okay.
Okay? And you have it till August 20th. Today's the 1st. You have 20 days to make sure you find out exactly where
Plenty
you
of
go.
time.
Okay, and it will be at 8:30 a.m. You're not to initiate contact with arresting officers, do not possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, you're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license, do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address.
Yes.
Right?
All right. Thank
Okay.
you so much.
You're welcome. Clarence Chambers, please come to the podium. Elijah Ruiz, please go to the chair. Okay. And sir, hello, can you please tell me your full name?
Clarence Chambers,
Thank you, your date of birth.
9/1/72.
Thank you. Now, you have a warrant, an out-of-county warrant. I guess it's Central Pinal Justice Court. It is for 1 count of driving with a suspended license. And if you're to remain in custody, you have to be appointed counsel at the next hearing. You have an arraignment on August the 5th at 8:30 a.m. at Central Pinal Justice Court. I'm just affirming the bond, which is a secured appearance bond in the amount of $434. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. Okay?
Yes.
So if you go to your left, you'll get your paperwork. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Elijah Ruiz, please come to the podium. Johnny Lopez, please go to the chair. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Now, you have 2 cases before me today, number 17 and 18 on the docket. Could you please state your name?
Elijah Ruiz,
Your date of birth?
7/24/2003.
I'm sorry, 2000 what?
2003.
Yes, okay. So I thought I initially first heard two,
Oh, no,
2002.
you're
Okay, but it is 2003.
Yeah.
And that is the same name and date of birth I have on both cases. So I'll go back to number 17. It is a warrant out of Hassayampa Justice Court for one count of driving with a suspended license as a class 1 misdemeanor from April the 16th of 2026. That I'm going to appoint counsel for the bond amount because I'm keeping you in custody, because I'm going to affirm the bond. And so they are going to represent you regarding the bond issue only. And you have an arraignment set on August the 5th at 8:30 a.m. And the bond, I'm affirming the bond, which is $652 in this case. Now, on your other case, it is, and as I stated, on this case, number 18 on the docket, we have the same name and date of birth. It is for a new case out of Peoria Municipal Court. You're being charged with one count of driving a suspended license as class 1 misdemeanor and one count of driving while exceeding the speed limit by 20 miles as a class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for these charges. If you're to remain in custody, you will be appointed counsel at your next hearing. You have an arraignment set in that case on August the 4th at 9 a.m. for Peoria Municipal Court. And you have a secured appearance bond in this case in the amount of $100. Okay?
Yeah.
So you go to your left to get your paperwork.
All right.
Johnny Lopez, please come to the podium. And Joshua Russ, please go to the chair. Hello, sir. Could you please state your full name?
Johnny Paul Lopez,
Thank you. Date of birth?
6/18/96.
Thank you. And you have two cases before me today, number 20 and 21 that are on the docket. They have the same name and date of birth on both of them. I'm going back to number 20. And so number 20 is a warrant for violating, actually, I believe they're both warrants for violating probation. But number 20 is definitely, since I'm looking at it right now, it is a warrant for violating probation. I'm going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have probation revocation hearings on August the 7th at 8:30 a.m. at downtown Phoenix at 201 West Jefferson. I'm sending a secured appearance bond, in this case, an amount of $500. You are not to possess weapons. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address, and you must contact your probation officer within 72 hours. On number 21, it is for the same reason, warrant for violating probation. I'm also going to appoint counsel to represent you in, again, probation revocation arraignment in possible disposition set on the same date and time, August 7th at 8:30 at the same place in downtown Phoenix. And this one is secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. In the same release conditions. You go to your left, you'll get your paperwork.
All right.
Joshua Russ, please come to the podium. Raven Rojas, please go to the chair. Hello, sir. Could you please state your name?
Yes, Joshua Andrade Ruff, 09/20/1982. And ma'am, I just got hired for fries on 30th, on Highway 60, 30th Ruggles Road. Fries, food and drug store.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. This is a family court warrants, and I have to follow their warrants. At least that's my understanding. And so, they're civil in nature, so I cannot appoint counsel to represent you.
I was asking to be ordered if I don't lose
I
my job.
understand. I cannot do so.
Okay,
So my understanding is the way that the warrant is set is that you need to pay the amount of money before I can.
that's the
Yeah,
thing.
the
I
family-
just got the job, Your Honor, and that's gonna save me from,
I really do feel as though I need to follow the warrant. So
but you would be saving me and my job.
I need to follow the warrant, and hopefully you can contact your job and they can hold it for you, or else maybe other people family members or friends can help you be able to pay this so
Understand.
they can get you out. So I have that. Could you please state your name again? Oh, I know that just your first and last name
Joshua Andrade Ruff,
and your date of birth.
09/20/1982.
All right, and that is the same. I have Joshua Ruff, date of birth is September 20, 1982, on both cases, 26 and 27, both Superior Court family warrants. I'm going back to number 26. That you have court set. It's a return on arrest warrant. It is set on August the 4th at 10 a.m. at downtown Phoenix, 201 West Jefferson. The cash only bond in the amount of $750 on this case. On number 27, it is, again, same name and date of birth, Superior Court family warrant, that you have court, same date and time on this case as well, August the 4th at 10 a.m. at the downtown Phoenix at 201 West Jefferson. Cash only prince bond in this case in the amount of $600. So $600, and I think that was, the other one is $750, so that's $1,350.
Okay,
It's $1,350. I would hope that you're maybe the other people can help you to be able to get released so that you can keep that job.
thank you.
Okay. Do you wish you well? Oh, but yes, also just to let you know, and I'm sure that you've heard me being able to appoint counsel for other cases. I can appoint counsel in criminal cases, but I cannot appoint counsel for family law cases.
Thank you very much. You've been beautiful. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks. Raven Rojas, please come to the podium. Michael Miglin, please go to the chair. Hello, could you please state your full name?
Raven Rojas,
Thank you. Your date of birth?
September 18th, 1984.
Thank you. Now you have a new case out of Surprise Municipal Court for one count of disorderly conduct, fighting as a class 1 misdemeanor, one count of assault as a class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for these charges. It appears that you are not indigent, so I'm not appointing counsel at this time. Another reason is that I'm not going to be holding you. So I'm going to be releasing you on your own recognizance. If you do feel that you want to, that you cannot afford counsel and you want to have counsel, you can always ask the prize to be able to appoint you counsel.
Okay.
Okay. But since I'm not holding you, I'm not even looking at that issue.
Okay.
But pretrial services put in this information that I have here that you're not indigent.
Okay.
But I don't have to decide because I'm going to be releasing you OR.
Okay.
But you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victim. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. Now, this is at Surprise Municipal Court, is where your arraignment will be on August the 25th at 1:30 p.m.
Okay.
Okay. Like I said, you can, if you think that you want counsel, you can always ask that court for counsel.
Okay.
Okay. Or of course, hire your own.
Okay.
Okay. But right now, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. I don't know. Do you live there or no?
No.
Oh, then that's
my
It's
brother's
not going to be a problem at all.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Sometimes you live with siblings. I live with my siblings.
Oh, no, that's my brother's.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, sounds good. Just go to your left and get your paperwork.
Oh, thank you.
And be sure to go to court.
Oh.
Okay. Michael Miglin, please come to the podium.
Michael Miglin, April 2nd, 1975.
Thank you. And your middle name is John?
John, yes.
Okay. And you have a arrest warrant. So it was like let me just double check. I believe that was a direct complaint. Yes, direct complaint. So therefore, probable cause has already been determined. But it was for one count of possessing or using a narcotic drug as a class 4 felony from December the 28th of 2025. I will appoint counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on August the 17th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on August the 19th at 8:30 a.m. And that will be at the Southport Tower in downtown Phoenix. Now, I'm going to be releasing you on pretrial services. You need to report to them within 72 hours, and then you'll be on drug testing and monitoring with them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Yeah. Do not initiate contact with the arresting officers. You are not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Do not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Just go to your left and get that.
Good.
And since we have no house calls, this hearing is adjourned.
All right? Yes, it is.
Okay, fine. And that's really good. Additionally, I'm gonna need to use the tablets with the house call, so I'm still in pain from the accident. Also, I actually like it. But, yeah. I'm still hurting. Good evening. This is the 5 p.m. initial appearance calendar for August the 1st, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Additionally, this is the victim's rights advisement. If you are the victim of a crime pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling, and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. Now, I understand that you've also have already listened to the tape about what happens today. Now, I am going to go over your release conditions with you, but I'm going to go over the highlights. I'm obviously going to go over what your charges are, what I'm going to be setting your release conditions will be. But I'm going to go over your highlights. You will be getting paperwork, and of course, what your new court date will be, where your court address will be. But regarding other release conditions, I'm going to go over just the highlights. But you are responsible for each and every one of your release conditions. So do not lose your paperwork, and be sure to go over them, okay? Let's start at the beginning. Bradley Medina, please come to the podium. Wesley Coulter, please go to the chair.
Medina, you in the chair? Medina up here. Nope. No, there's a chair. The chair's out there.
Medina to the podium.
Medina, you're up.
Wesley Coulter to the chair, please. Hello, sir. Okay, so could you please state your name?
My name's Bradley Medina,
Thank you. Date of birth?
04/01/1999.
Okay. Now, you are being charged with 1 count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument as a Class 3 felony, and 1 count of disorderly conduct as a Class 1 misdemeanor. Let me just check something. Hold on. I'm going to edit this. Okay, maybe I'm missing. Yeah, no, I just. Yeah. Yeah, what I've been doing is I've been hitting it. Okay, well, we'll see what happens. Let me see if I try to save it without that. I guess it does. Let me do that. Okay. You know, I actually think it has to be, because pretrial services has to do it. Yeah, Wednesday. Yeah, I'm clicking it.
Leave that one up there.
Okay. I've made my change. I've just signed it. Okay, so, sir, okay, we went over your name, your date of birth. You are being charged with, and I think I said it, but I'll say it again. 1 count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and dangerous instrument is a class 3 felony. 1 count of disorderly conduct is a class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for these charges. I'm going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on August the 6th at 8:30 in the morning and a preliminary hearing on August the 10th at 8:30 in the morning. This will be at the South Court Tower in downtown Phoenix. I'm going to set a secured appearance bond in the amount of $75,000. If you make that bond, then you are to be released on pretrial services where you'll have alcohol testing and monitoring. Okay. Now, you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victims. You're not to have any sort of contact with the alleged victims at all. You're not to initiate contact with any of the complainant or witnesses. And you are not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're also not to possess any weapons. Do not possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Do not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Then if you go to your left, you'll get your paper.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Wesley Coulter, please come to the podium. Eric Quick, please go to the chair. Hello, sir.
Hello,
Okay. Could you please state your name?
Wesley Coulter.
Your middle initial is S?
Yes,
Middle initial, okay, and your date of birth?
7/24/80.
All right, now you are being charged with 1 count of unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle as a class 5 felony, 1 count of DUI as a class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for these charges. I'm going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on August 6th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on August 10th at 8:30 a.m. at Southport Tower. I'm going to set a secured appearance bond in your case in the amount of $5,000. And if you make bond, we release our pretrial services for alcohol testing and monitoring and drug testing and monitoring. Okay? Now, you're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address.
Oh, am I being released or?
You're not getting released. OR. If you make bond, you can be released, but then you're on pretrial services for alcohol and drug testing.
So my bond is $5,000?
Yes, but you can use a bonding company to be able to make bond.
Was that 10% or is that?
But it's like different, obviously there's different companies, but yes, essentially it's approximately 10% is my understanding.
Is there any way, Your Honor, that you could lower that for me? Because
the state has recommended $5,000, and I believe that's appropriate.
okay.
If you go to your left, you'll get your paperwork.
Huh?
If you go to your left, you'll get your paperwork.
Okay.
Eric Quick, please come to the podium. Jonathan Betts, please go to the chair. Okay. Let me see if this is this. Yes. Okay, sir, can you please state your full name?
Eric Quick.
Your middle name is Joseph?
I apologize.
Your middle name is Joseph?
Joseph.
Okay.
Sorry.
And your date of birth?
10/19/73.
Thank you. Now you are being charged with 1 count of aggravated assault as a class 3 felony, 1 count of unlawful imprisonment as a class 6 felony, 1 count of disorderly conduct using weapon or instrument as a class 6 felony, 1 count of assault as a class 1 misdemeanor, and 2 counts of disorderly conduct as misdemeanors. I did find probable cause for these charges. I am going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on August the 6th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on August 10th at 8:30 a.m. at the Southport Tower, downtown Phoenix. I am going to set a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $50,000. If you make bond, then you'll be on pretrial services for alcohol testing and monitoring and electronic monitoring, with it to be put on you before you're released, and then curfew would be determined by your pretrial officer. Okay, and you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victim. You're not to have any sort of contact with the alleged victim. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. I do believe that you were residing with the alleged victim, but you're not allowed to reside with the alleged victim anymore. And however, because you were living with her, I am going to allow one civil standby with law enforcement to collect your essential belongings. Okay?
Thank you.
Get your electric paperwork. Jonathan Best, please come to the podium. Monica Valenzuela, please go to the chair. Hello.
Hello, Honorable.
Thank you. Could you please state your full name?
Yes, Jonathan James Butch Jr.,
Thank you. Now your date of birth.
11/19/2004.
All right. Now you are being charged with 3 counts of aggravated
I
assault.
don't have any classifications on my paper here.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you right now what they are. You have 3 counts of aggravated assault against a first responder as Class 4 felonies. You have 1 count of resisting arrest using physical force as a Class 6 felony. You have 3 counts of criminal damage as Class 1 misdemeanors and 2 counts of disorderly conduct as Class 1 misdemeanors. I did find probable cause for these charges. Oh, hold on, let me see if I. Okay, let's see. Okay,
I do have 2 questions because I am autistic and I'm on this DDD benefits. I can't afford bail.
okay, well, I am going to make a bond.
Okay, and then also I'm diplomatically immune. I'm on work for a Kleinfelter operation.
Okay, well, sir, I'm telling you that you are being charged with these charges.
Well, if you charge me, the election's over because I whistleblew to every newspaper in the country, every news station in the country, and every metropolitan newspaper in the country.
Okay, well, there is probable cause that you committed these offenses.
But it was all part of the investigation. That's the issue.
Well,
it was all part of the federal investigation.
My turn to talk.
I get it.
And then you can always say whatever you want to say at that moment. But at this moment, you have these charges. I now then need to determine what your release conditions will be.
Okay.
Okay, but first of all, I will appoint counsel to represent you, to help you in your, in fighting these charges for you. Now, the next thing is that your next court date. You have a status conference on August the 6th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on August 10th at 8:30 a.m. at the Southport Tower in downtown Phoenix on 175 West Madison Street.
Okay, and I'm also a conjoined twin.
Okay. Well, the next thing is I'm determining your release conditions, which is regarding that I set a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. If you make that bond, you will then be released on pretrial services with electronic monitoring to be installed before you are released, and then curfew restrictions to be determined by your pretrial officer.
How does someone with autism on DDD pay for a bond?
Well, I am just letting you know what your release conditions are. You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You are not to initiate contact with the alleged victim, and you are not to initiate contact with the arresting officer.
Okay.
You are not to possess any weapons. You are also not to possess or consume any drugs.
I don't do any of that.
You are not to possess or consume any alcohol.
I don't do any of that.
You are not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid
I
driver's
can't
license.
drive. I have autism.
Do not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address, and you must submit to DNA testing at the arresting police department, and you must submit to fingerprint at the arresting police department. Okay. So if you go to your left, you'll get your paperwork.
How do I pay for the bail though? Because I have DDD. I can't afford it.
Okay. Well, maybe friends and family may help you. Okay. Monica Valenzuela, please come to the podium. Victor Trujillo, please go to the chair. Hello.
Hello.
Can you please state your full name?
Monica Valenzuela?
And your middle name is Fabiola?
Yes.
Okay. And can you state your date of birth?
October 19, 1978.
Thank you. Now, I have 3 cases before me today for you. It's number 5, number 6, and number 7 on the docket today. I'll just start with the first one. I have number 5. and it is a warrant for failing to show up for, let me see exactly what it's for a non-witness violation hearing. And so you have existing counsel, so I'm not going to appoint counsel again. It seems like it's fairly quick since it's May 29th. It's only a couple of months, so your attorney should still be around, I would hope. If not, of course, they will just issue a new counsel, but it's only been a couple of months. I think that attorney should still be available. You have a non-witness violation hearing on August 7th at 8:30 a.m. and a disposition hearing set on August 7th at 8:30 a.m. That will be at downtown Phoenix at 201 West Jefferson. I am affirming the bond, which is a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $500. Actually, I'm going to go to number 7 because it's the same thing. And it's the warrant for, it is a warrant for the same situation for failing to appear for a non-witness violation hearing. And again, I will, you have existing counsel. You have the non-witness violation hearing disposition on August 7th at 8:30 a.m. Same place as the other case, which is downtown Phoenix at 201 West Jefferson, and it's the same amount, bond amount, cash only, $500. On number 6, this is a failure to appear also. However, it's for new charges. Charges like it's a new case. So, which was a possessing or using narcotic drug as a class 4 felony from May 11th of 2026, possessing or using dangerous drugs from May 11th, 2026, possessing or using drug paraphernalia from May 11th of 2026. Again, you still have existing counsel, so I'm keeping that the same. You have a status conference on August the 6th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on August 10th at 8:30 a.m. That is at the Southport Tower. And this one, however, is not saying it has to be cash only. So it's a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. You're not to consume or possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Do not initiate contact with the arresting officers. Do not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state. You must notify the court of a new address. Obviously, since you're on probation, on your probation cases, you're on probation, you must not possess any weapons. Do contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Okay? If you go to your left, you'll get your paperwork. Victor Trujillo, please come to the podium. Stephanie Medina, please go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your name and date of birth for me?
Yeah, Victor Trujillo, 12-280.
Okay, now I have 3 cases before me today, 11, 12, and 13 that involve you. They all have the same name and date of birth. We'll start with number 11. And it is a warrant for failing to appear for a revocation arraignment. And I am going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have probation revocation hearings on August 7th at 8:30 a.m. at downtown Phoenix at 201 West Jefferson. And the bond amount in that case will be for $1,000, but secured appearance bond. You are not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. You must notify the court of any new address and be sure to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. I'm just going to go to the other probation case next. Wait, hold on. Is that a probation case? Let me see.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you do have the other probation case. And that is where you failed to, hold on. Am I right? Yeah, you failed to show up for a revocation arraignment in number 13. I am going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have probation revocation arraignment hearings on the same date and time as the other case, August 7th at 8:30 a.m. in the same place, which is at 201 West Jefferson. You have a secured appearance bond in that case in the amount of $1,000. The release conditions are the same in regards to the not possessing any weapons, not initiating contact with the arresting officers. Going to number 12, again, same name and date of birth. The charges here are, the new case, you are being charged with 1 count of possessing or using dangerous drugs as a class 4 felony. 1 count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a class 6 felony. 1 count of refusing to provide your true name, which is a class 1 misdemeanor. And 1 count of false reporting to law enforcement officers or law enforcement as a class 1 misdemeanor. I do find probable cause for these charges. I am going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have the status conference on August 6th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on August 10th at 8:30 a.m. And that will be at the Southport Tower at 175 West Madison Street. So this is at a different location than your other cases. And this will be for a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. You are not to initiate contact with the arresting officers, do not possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, do not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license, do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. Right? You go to your laptop, get your paperwork. Stephanie Medina, please come to the podium. Yes. Oh, I didn't. Sorry.
Good day, ma'am.
There we go. At least I think I did. You want to just double check? Okay. And let me see if I... Yeah, there is a... 14. We need to take just a quick break. There's been a warrant that's gone red for the possible DUI. So I just need to quickly just take a look at that. Thank you. Monica Valenzuela, please come back to the podium. And thank you for your patience. Oh, wait. Yeah, that is who we are doing. No. I'm sorry, that's Stephanie Medina? Harvey? Oh, no, I'm glad. That's fine. I'm just trying to figure out why. Where's Stephanie? Okay. Okay, then we're good. Okay.
Hi, ma'am.
Thank you.
No worries.
Okay. Yes, could you please state your name?
Stephanie Medina,
Thank you. And your date of birth?
December the 11th, 1987.
Thank you. Now, you are being charged with 1 count of aggravated DUI with a suspended license for a DUI as a class 4 felony, and 1 count of Disobeying or resisting an order or mandate of court is a class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for these charges. Now, I have here that it looks as though you should be able to afford to hire your own counsel. I'm not appointing counsel at this time. Later on, if that's an issue, you can always try to, you can always ask you could always ask the court later on to be able to, give you counsel.
Yes, ma'am.
But at this moment, it looks to me as though you should be able to hire counsel.
Understood.
You have a status conference set on August the 17th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on August the 19th at 8:30 a.m. at the Southport Tower on 175 West Madison Street. I'm going to be releasing you on supervised release on pretrial services. You need to report to them within 72 hours for alcohol testing and monitoring and drug testing monitoring. Now, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with any alleged complainant or witness. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. Well, obviously, because they're going to put you on alcohol monitoring. I need to mark that as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, and you're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state. And you must notify the court of any new address.
I appreciate it, ma'am.
You're welcome. Go to your left, get your paperwork. Gregory Price, please come to the podium. Eric Aguilar, please come to the chair. Hello, sir. Could you please state your full name?
Gregory Price?
And I believe your middle might be Dion Price?
Oh,
Junior?
Dion.
Or Dion, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're also a junior.
Yes.
Okay.
All that.
Not a problem. Okay, now you have a warrant out of Desert Ridge Justice Court. Your underlying charge is 1 count of driving with a suspended license as a class 1 misdemeanor with the offense date of April the 16th of 2025. Since I am going to set a bond, I need to appoint counsel to represent you regarding that bond amount. And so I'm going to do that. You have an arraignment set on August the 5th at 8:30 a.m. And I'm setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500 because I'm going to affirm the warrant.
Okay.
You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state. And you must notify the court of any new address.
Okay. So with that, do that mean
you have a bond amount in the amount of $500, but you can use a bonding company to be able to make bond.
Okay.
Or you can just pay the bond amount totally. And so then when the case is finished, you can just get all your money back.
Okay.
Okay. And then if you actually also make bonds, then like I said, I appointed the counsel regarding the bond amount. So if you make bonds, so if you're out of custody, then you won't be having counsel, but the counsel is only there for the bond amount.
And I'll see them today, or will I?
No.
Oh.
No. I'm appointing counsel so that when you have court on August the 5th at 8:30, they are there to be able to fight being able to get you out of custody.
Oh, so I got to stay here until the.
Well, unless you make the $500 bond. If you make the $500 bond, you can get released.
Okay. But that's not that 10% thing you were talking about?
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is?
Well, a lot of bonding, I'm not going to say it's 2% because it's a business. So I don't know if it's 10% or if it's 20%. It's whatever they choose to be, but my understanding is that it's often 10%.
Okay.
Okay? And you also, of course, have to have collateral for all of it.
Okay.
The way that my understanding is how it works, but I don't know anything. I don't deal with them.
Okay, that's perfect.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Eric Aguilar, please come to the podium. Julio Costa, please go to the chair. Hello, sir. Could you please state your name?
Eric Munoz Aguilar,
Thank you. And your date of birth?
October 5th, 1980.
Thank you. Now, you're being charged with 1 count of possessing a weapon by a prohibited person as a class 5 felony, 1 count of carrying a deadly weapon with failure to admit that as a class 1 misdemeanor. Now, I did find that there is probable cause regarding the misdemeanor, carrying a deadly weapon with a failure to admit it, or at least having it in the vehicle. Now, however, I did not, because I only get like a short information about, like, I only have like just like one form where I get the information. I don't have a complete police report when I'm making my determination for probable cause. So I did not get information about you being a prohibited person possessing a weapon. So I did not find probable cause for that one charge. But just because I didn't find probable cause for that one charge doesn't mean that that charge goes away. You're still having to fight that charge, okay? Had I not found any probable cause for either charge, then I would just have to release you without any release condition. But since I am finding probable cause for the counts regarding failing to admit having a deadly weapon.
That was in my vehicle.
That's okay. I'm still finding that there's probable cause. Probable cause is not beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay. Probable cause is a much lower burden than beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay.
And I am going to appoint counsel to represent you to be able to help you. You know, you can always fight the charges. Okay. You will have a status conference on August the 17th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on August the 19th at 8:30 a.m. That is for both of the charges. And that will be at the South Court Tower at 175 West Madison Street. I'm going to be releasing you on pretrial services. And you need to report to them within 72 hours, and you will be on drug testing and monitoring. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. Do not possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Do not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. You go to your left to get your paperwork. Julio Acosta, please come to the podium. Passion Martin, please go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your name
Julio Acosta,
and your date of birth?
03/05/2006.
Thank you. Now, you have a warrant out of Santan Justice Court. It is for one count of exceeding the posted speed over 20 miles per hour as a Class 3 misdemeanor.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you're actually where I'm not sure about your indigency. The bond amount the warrant is for $680.
680. That's how
Yeah.
much I have to pay for it.
To be able to be, no, okay. This is for you to be able to get released.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I don't know if that's how much you owe for the court. That would be a separate situation, okay? But this is so that you can actually right now be released. And then, yes, maybe it is a situation that's how much you owe, and then they could just take the amount of the bond, in lieu of, it's later on. But right now, it is the fact that I'm going to set secured appearance bond in the amount of $680 because I'm just going to affirm the bond that Santan Justice Court has already made.
Okay.
But now, if I'm going to hold you, then it is to determine whether or not, if you are indigent, then I am supposed to appoint counsel to fight the bond amount. Now, are you able to hire counsel, or do you want me to, or do you need counsel appointed?
You could appoint it.
Okay, so I will appoint. Okay, so how much do I need to actually make a determination of whether or not you can hire your own counsel? Like, let's say you make like $6,000 a month. I'm not going to appoint counsel then. So how much do you make?
So right now, I'm making probably like 1,500 a month.
Okay, I will appoint counsel.
How am I able to get a hold of my family with those collect calls? Because it rings and then
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know. I am going to appoint counsel. The counsel is going to be appointed only for the bond amount. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. But yes, obviously, also, if you're then, let's say that your family helps get you out of custody, then when you do go to court, then the attorney will not be representing you for the underlying case.
Yeah.
You understand that? Because you've already taken care of the issue. You're out of custody.
When is my...
They might actually be able to help you still, they might still be able to help you with the bond amount, just to be able to get that back to you.
When is my court date?
It will be August the 5th at 8:30 a.m. It's for an arraignment at Santan Justice Court. Okay? Now, you are not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You must not possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. And I don't believe that I re-signed it. So there. Okay. So if you go to your left, they will be getting you your correct. I did just change it because I appointed counsel to them. Passion, Charney, Matan, please come to the podium. Adrian Watters, please go to the chair. And I do actually have another one. Let me see how long this person. This is 5:29. I'm going to let it stay for a little bit. Okay. Can you please state your full name?
My name is Passion Moten.
Okay, and your middle name?
Passion Charney Moten.
Thank you. And your date of birth?
11/03/01.
Thank you. Now, you are being charged with 1 count of driving with a suspended license as a Class 1 misdemeanor and 1 count of carrying a deadly weapon with failing to admit it as a Class 1 misdemeanor. And, okay, I have not, I'm not making an order. Oh, because these are 2 misdemeanors. And I'm not going to make an order regarding counsel because I'm going to be releasing you on your own recognizance. You will have an arraignment on August the 18th at 1:30 p.m. at West McDowell Justice Court. You are not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. Oh, because it is Justice Court. Excuse me, can we go off the record for a second? Honestly, I know that, but the name that is not work. Okay. We'll do that after the hearing, because I don't know that we can still check it with the court. When they're in future court? Yeah. I'll let them know. All right, just get back to the No, thank you, I appreciate your info. Okay. Are we back on the record? Okay. Going back on the record regarding Passion Charney, I'm sorry.
Moten?
Yeah, sorry. Okay. No, it's my fault. Well, I just don't know how you pronounce your name. Okay, so the one concern I had was just that this says that you must submit to DNA testing at the arresting police department, and I'm not sure. I know that if it was a felony, you definitely have to do so. But because and then I know if it was a city court, you definitely would not be doing so. Okay, but because it's a justice court, I think you just need to double check with that court when you go there to see whether or not you need to do so or not. I think that you most likely will not have to do the DNA testing.
Okay.
Okay.
Because, and that was for, am I able to talk to you?
Yes.
Sorry. And that was for my gun, correct?
Well, this is for the fact that, yes, first of all, you got to remember everything's being recorded here, so you don't want to say anything that may be able to be used against you later on.
Yes, ma'am.
But that you are being charged with, first of all, you have 2 charges. One is driving with the license suspended, revoked, or canceled as a Class 1 misdemeanor. And the other charge is carrying a deadly weapon with failing to admit having done so as a misdemeanor. So these are 2 misdemeanors. So I know that other people in your vehicle are being charged with felonies. Mm-hmm. You're being charged with 2 misdemeanors. Yes. So that's why they are going to be in Superior Court, and your case is going to be in Justice Court. Okay. Now, because you're in Justice Court, I do not believe that you're going to have to do the DNA testing. But I'm not sure if that's correct or not. So just when you go to Santan Justice Court, I'm sorry, not Santan. You are actually going to be West McDowell Justice Court.
Okay,
So it's always good to double check these things.
okay,
And so and the information will be in your paperwork.
okay,
So you are actually definitely West McDowell Justice Court.
okay,
So when you go to West McDowell Justice Court, and that date will be at your arraignment on August the 18th at 1:30 p.m.,
okay,
you can check with them if you need to do the DNA testing,
okay,
which I don't believe you'll have to.
okay,
But I just don't want to change this because it just automatically was already in here before I started putting in my orders.
okay.
Okay? But yes, I'm going to be releasing you on your undercovership. So you go to your left to get your paperwork. Thanks. All right, so next person is Adrienne Watters. Please come to the podium. Royzell Williams to the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your name?
Adrian Waters, Your Honor.
And your middle name is Jensen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your date of birth?
2687, Your Honor.
Thank you. You have a warrant out of West Mesa Justice Court. Your charges are 1 count of DUI with a BAC of 0.08 or more, the class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of DUI, having liquor, drugs, vapors combination, basically it's impairment of the class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of DUI with an extreme DUI with a 0.15 to a 0.20 as a class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of an extreme DUI with BAC of a 0.20 or more as a class 1 misdemeanor. These are actually, it's a warrant, I believe it is these are a warrant out of West Mesa Justice Court. It's initial arrest warrant. And so I'm going to, and so you have an arraignment. I'm going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have an arraignment on August the 5th at 8:30 a.m. at West Mesa Justice Court. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state. And you must notify the court of a new address. Okay. Wasn't sure if you were going to say anything else or?
Yeah, I don't know if this will be possible, but I do have severe medical issues. I was going to ask to be released on my own reconnaissance.
Yeah, I really feel comfortable. I don't feel comfortable releasing you OR at this moment. 500 actually is not that high of a bond. So I'm just going to leave it at the $500.
It's a secure bond. Does that mean I have to pay?
It's secured, yes.
Does that mean I have to pay?
That means you can use a bond. You can use a bonding company if you want.
Okay.
But that means like it is where you pay a portion of it and you have to have collateral for all of it. So that you actually lose that, so you're actually paying and you don't ever get that portion back, but you can actually pay the entire $500 for the bond. Then at the end of the case, you keep showing up for court, you get all of your money back at the end of the case.
So if I pay the full 500, then I can be released?
Yes.
To pretrial services or?
No. You just get released and you just keep going to court.
Okay.
You're not, you don't have to go to pretrial services. Okay?
Okay.
Just go to your left. Royzell Williams, please come to the podium. And Brody Hester, please go to the chair. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. And you're Mr. Williams, correct?
Yeah, Royzell Williams.
Sorry, just gotta click on the right box.
Okay.
Okay. Could you please state your name?
Royzell Williams, 11/24/1994.
Thank you. And your middle initial is D?
I'm sorry?
Your middle initial is D?
Yes, D.
Okay.
Yes.
And you have 2 cases, number 23 and 24 on the docket, and they are both have the same name and date of birth on each of them. I'm going to go back to number 23 on the docket. It is a warrant out of Kyrene Justice Court. It is for 1 count of driving suspended license with class 1 misdemeanor. I am not making an order regarding counsel because I'm going to release you OR. You have an arraignment at Kyrene Justice Court on August the 19th at 9:30 a.m. But you are not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state. And you must notify the court of any new address. On your other case, And I would not release you around one and not on the other, so, because otherwise it'd be confusing.
Okay.
The other one, like I said, same name and date of birth on this case. It is the fact that it is one count of possessing liquor, possessing an open container of liquor in a vehicle as a class 2 misdemeanor. And that is where the new charges, I did find probable cause for this. You have, and again, I'm not making an order regarding counsel because I'm going to release you OR. You have an arraignment in West McDowell Justice Court on August the 18th at 1:30. I'm not sure if that's the same date as the other case.
And I'll have all the information on the paper.
No, they're two different dates. At
Right.
least one is August the 18th and one is August 19th. And yes, you're going to get paperwork.
Okay, yes, sir.
Yeah. And again, it's the same release conditions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? So if you go to your left, you'll get your paperwork.
Thank you, I appreciate you.
You're welcome. Brody Hester, please come to the podium. Yip Say, please go to the chair. Hello, sir.
Good evening.
Okay. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4 cases before me today. Let's just number 25, 26, 27, and 28. That could have your full name.
Brody Hester?
Your middle name is Clark.
Yes.
Your date of birth.
7/31/2005.
And that is the same name and date of birth on all 4 cases. Like I said, number 25, 26, 27, and 28. We'll just go in order, starting with number 25. It is a warrant out of Santan Justice Court. The underlying charges is 1 count of driving suspended license as a class 1 misdemeanor and 1 count of exceeding posted speed limit over 20 miles per hour as a class 3 misdemeanor with the offense date of March 28th, 2026. I am going to appoint counsel. You have an arraignment on August the 5th at 8:30 a.m. in Santan Justice Court. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $680. I am making that public defender appointment for the bond amount only.
What's that mean?
Huh?
What's that mean?
That means that because you have the charges of the driving suspended license and the exceeding the speed limit.
Yes.
I am going to, however, those are things that are not normally where you don't always get counsel for those charges. So right now, if I keep you in custody, you are in custody. And so I have to, if you're indigent, I have to make sure that I have to appoint counsel.
Okay.
And so, but I'm only appointing them on the bond amount only, like to fight to be able to get you out of custody.
Okay.
So not the underlying charges. However, if the court wants to, they can actually assign you him or her to be able to represent you for the underlying charges.
Okay.
But right now, for this initial appearance, I'm only appointing for the bond amount.
Okay.
Okay, so going on to the next one, it is the new case. It is the fact that you have new charges out of Encanto Justice Court, and this will be for 1 count of driving a suspended license as a class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for those charges. I'm going to appoint counsel again for the same reason, although on this one, I'm only setting a $50 bond just because you're going to be on other charges on the other cases.
Is that one out of Maricopa?
No, this is Encanto Justice Court. This is new charges. This is because we're stopped in that jurisdiction.
Where is that at?
Encanto. Not exactly sure. Yeah, there's no address on this one right now. The address will be on your paperwork.
Okay.
It's like, I don't want to even guess. I don't want to.
Yeah, I'm like, I've never heard of that place.
No, there's a lot of different justice courts. But like where you were stopped, you were within the Encanto Justice Court jurisdiction. Okay. And obviously the public defender the only best thing they could do is actually get you out of custody. But you don't necessarily want to be out of custody since you have these other, because you have these other ones that are going to that have bonds on them.
Yeah.
And I don't want you to like have an OR on one case and not be transported to court.
Yeah.
So on number 27, it is actually an out-of-county warrant for Apache Junction Municipal Court. And that is also for driving a suspended license as class 1 misdemeanor. And I have that you would be appointed counsel at your next hearing. Now, I actually put in here that it is a cash-only appearance bond. I'm just affirming the bond amount for $750 as a cash-only appearance bond. But I also put in here how I cannot represent you. I'm a public defender for Patrick Junction Municipal Court, and it would be unethical for me to actually.
So that one I had actually just taken care of. I had owed the $208 to the court, and they had put a warrant out because I was late.
Okay, well, if hopefully then they can take care of that, because right now there's a cash-only appearance bond, and I'm just having to affirm it.
Okay.
But like I said, I cannot represent you. And
Yeah.
although, put out, and also be the judge in front of you at any point. Okay, so then the next case is what you may want to do, because you're probably going to be in Maricopa County before, while you're taking care of these other cases, you may want to send notice to Apache Junction that you're here.
Okay.
And then say, look, my understanding that took care of this.
Okay.
I don't know if that will help or anything. Just if you're saying it was taken care of, you may want to do that. Okay, Brody Hester, we're looking at your last one. It is an arrest warrant out of Superior Court. You are being charged with, okay. Let me see, this is a warrant. This is a direct complaint. So it's like a new case, but it stems from July 16th of 2026, but the underlying charge was from January 10th of 2026. So let me go through this. It's an arrest warrant out of Superior Court. It is for one count of unlawful means of transportation as a Class 5 felony. I'm appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference on August the 6th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on August 10th at 8:30 a.m. And I'm setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. It looks like that was the amount that they were suggesting. So I'm just following it.
Okay.
And you are not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state. And you must notify the court of any new address. So that takes care of all 4 cases. Any questions?
No.
All right. Then if you go to your list, you'll get your paperwork. Okay. And again, we need to take another quick break because there's another DUI warrant that's been kind of hanging out for a while. Thank you. Okay, we are at Yipsey, please come to the podium. Augustin Dumas, please go to the chair. Hello.
Hello,
Could you please state your full name?
my name is Yip-Heng Shea.
Thank you. I'm sorry for mispronouncing your last name.
No, you're fine.
And
You can pronounce it however.
okay, and your date of birth.
Yeah. Oh, date of birth? September 8, 2003.
You are being charged with one count of possessing or using a dangerous drug as a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for that charge. I am going to appoint counsel to represent you.
Mhm.
You have a status conference set on August the 17th at 8:30 a.m.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, in a preliminary hearing on August the 19th at 8:30 a.m. That will be at the South Court Tower. I am going to be releasing you on your own recognizance.
Cool.
So maybe you don't want to talk. Okay? You are not to initiate contacts with the arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address.
Okay,
Okay?
sounds good.
Okay, so if you want to go to your left, you'll go to your paperwork. Augustin Dumas, please come to the podium. Laura Dow, please go to the chair. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Could you please state your full name? Or at least your first and last?
Agustin Dumas,
Thank you. Your date of birth?
August 19, 1976.
Thank you. Now, this is actually a warrant out of Superior Court for the family law, for the warrant, the Superior Court family warrant. And you have your next, I cannot appoint counsel for you because it's a civil case, civil law. It's not criminal, so I can't appoint counsel. Also, it's very specific. It's like you have a return on arrest warrant on August the 4th at 10 a.m. That is at the downtown Phoenix at 201 West Jefferson. And this is where it's very, the warrant is very specific that there is no release unless the purchase amount is paid, which is $10,000. Oftentimes when I put down what a bond amount is, there's there's a color or something, and so I would have known to put it up higher up. But so unfortunately, the purchase amount is $10,000. If you make the $10,000, you can be released. Otherwise, you'll be seen at court on August the 4th.
Okay, but did I know that it's my wife? They already paid the $10,000 and the court up and pays them.
Okay, then if that $10,000 has been paid, then you'll be able to be released.
Yeah, because I think they pay in Thursday or Friday. I think on Friday they paid it. They paid that.
Okay, well, you just got picked up, so I don't have. I mean, if I had that information, but I don't. Because this was issued on July 23rd. At this moment, I have to keep the bond as stated. I would think, though, that if it was paid, that amount was paid, then there could be a motion provided to the court that says, hey, look, this has been paid.
Okay.
But at this moment, I'm following the
Okay.
the information, because people can just come to me and lie.
Yeah.
So I can't. I just can't just
I don't know.
Why would you just do that?
That I know that they pay, because I'm paying another ticket over there, and the judges say they can pay the money in there, and they got to transfer to Maricopa because there is a Gila County, and they got to transfer it. So actually, this money.
Well, this is a Maricopa County case.
I know, but
County.
based on this Gila County, so that's when they pay the.
Oh, okay, but I don't know. I apologize. I really would hate the fact that you would be in custody because of a mistake like this, but at this moment, I don't have any documentation showing me that.
Okay.
And so for that reason, I need to keep it this. But
so what we can do is I can make a call and she can bring the receipt, or.
Well, I would think that it has to be going into it would have to go to that, to the judge with this case number. Because, I mean, it's a very, it's case number FC, so it's for the family court, 2012-000805. So the motion and all the documentation can go to that court and say, hey, look, this money has been paid, and therefore then you'd be able to get released.
Okay.
I certainly hope that it can be very quick. I apologize,
That's fine.
I
Not
really-
at all.
I really wish it can be quickly, because if that's true, if you're telling me what's true, then I definitely, but without any documentation, I can't just let you be really,
Yeah.
okay? I wish you well. You go to your left, get your paperwork.
All
And
right.
and if for some reason that doesn't happen, you will be able to see someone on August the 4th.
All right, sounds
Okay.
good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Laura Dow, please come to the podium. Marianne Gribio, please go to the chair. Hello. Could you please state your full name?
Laura Pauline Dow,
Thank you. Your date of birth.
10/29/84.
Thank you. Now you have a warrant for your arrest for direct complaint. So this is a complaint that stemmed from May 21st of this year, but the underlying charge is from February the 2nd, 2026. One count of possessing or using a dangerous drug is a class 4 felony. One count of possessing or using narcotic drug as a class 4 felony, and one count of possessing or using a narcotic drug, so it's another count of a class 4 felony of narcotic drug. Now, they were just recommending $50. However, obviously, that's a way to basically be able to get you picked up. Since they were asking for such a low amount, I'm just releasing you on your own recognizance.
Oh, God, thank you, ma'am. Ma'am,
But I did find, so I don't have to find probable cause. Probable cause has already been found. I am going to appoint counsel to represent you.
thank you.
You have a status conference, it said on August the 17th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on August 19th at 8:30 a.m. That will be at the South Court Tower. It's downtown Phoenix. That's 175 West Madison Street. And you can also just definitely look it up in addresses and the paperwork. As I said, I'm going to release you OR.
Thank you,
Since they
ma'am.
were just asking for such an amount. Yes.
Okay, I'm so confused about this case. So I was, oh,
Don't ask me about it. I'm going to
okay.
appoint counsel to represent you. You can talk to your counsel about that.
You then, okay.
You are not to initiate conduct with the arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. Okay? But yeah, don't ask me questions about the actual.
It's just I've had dismissal letters twice
Okay,
on this.
you can talk
case.
to your
Okay.
counsel about that.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Marianne Gabriel, please come to the podium. Christopher Johnson, please go to the chair. Okay. And can we please go to, music? Hello. Are we on the record now? Okay, great. Could you please tell me your name?
My name is Marianne Gabriel,
Thank you. And your date of birth?
July 17th, 1991.
Thank you. You have a warrant for violating your probation. I am going to appoint counsel to represent you. Oh, although wait a minute, it looks like you might have existing counsel, but that was like a long time ago. So I'm going to appoint counsel to represent you just to make sure that you're covered. And you have a probation revocation hearing on August the 7th at 8:30 a.m. That is at downtown Phoenix at 201 West Jefferson. Now I'm going to be releasing you on your own recognizance. I'm going to let you be released on your promise to appear for court.
Your Honor, thank you.
You're welcome. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state. You must notify the court of a new address. Because you're on probation, you must contact your probation officer in 72 hours.
I called her today.
Okay, great, but that was before.
I know.
Now you need to still contact them within 72 hours.
Today?
From today's date,
Okay.
you have 72 hours to contact your probation officers when you get released.
I will.
Okay, that's all. But yes, you're going to be able to come back to court on your own.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And while we're waiting, I'm doing that. I'm going to do the house calls right now, just to get them on the line, and then I know that I need to do the tablet. We'll do the tablet after we take care of number 17, but I think you're where I need to deal with him alone. You're where I need to do number 17 alone? Okay. All right. I am going to do the house calls number 30. 32 and 3 were not brought into court because of various reasons that they were unable to be brought into court to be able to be seen. Starting with number 30, Mark Anthony Talabas, date of birth April 29th, 1982. He has a warrant out of El Centro Justice Court. Underlying charge is 1 count of drug paraphernalia. Possessing or using drug paraphernalia is a class 1 misdemeanor from February the 3rd of 2026. I am going to be appointing counsel for the bond amount only. He has an arraignment set on August the 5th at 8:30 a.m. at El Centro Justice Court. I'm setting a security deference bond. Actually, I'm affirming the bond amount in $500. Regarding Mr. Christian Michael Gorby, he has number 2 and number 3 on the docket, going to number 2. Christian Michael Gorby, date of birth May 31st of 2002. He has a warrant for violating his probation. I am appointing counsel to represent him. He has probation revocation hearings on August the 7th at 8:30 a.m. He has a security appearance bond in the amount of $2,000. Number 3, he has another warrant for violating his probation. I'm appointing counsel to represent him. He has probation revocation hearings set on the same date and time as his last case, August 7th at 8:30 a.m. at 201 West Jefferson. And I am affirming his bond in that case in the amount of $250. Again, he's not to possess weapons and he must contact his probation officer within 72 hours if he's to get released. And that I am going to be using the tablet when we do those house calls. After we finish with our last defendant. Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Right.
If we can, yeah, if everybody's away from him,
Yeah. The gallery is clear.
Okay, good. I would still feel comfortable if we could still close that door though. Hello, sir.
Hi.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, I did. Okay. Okay. Let's see what I say. Oh. Okay. Well, the date. Well, I'm looking at the state's recommendation, which actually is less than what I was thinking of. So let me take a look again at this. You know what? I'm keeping what I have. Okay. All right, could you please state your name?
Christopher Johnson,
Your date of birth?
2/24/83.
Thank you. And You are being charged with 1 count of taking contraband into a correctional facility as a class 2 felony. 1 count of basically not updating or letting the court or addressing, not changing your address, name, sex offender.
Yeah.
So, and that's actually 2 different counts of that. 2 counts of not updating your address or name change as a sex offender as a class 4 felony. And 1 count of possessing or using dangerous drugs as a class 4 felony. 1 count of failing to register as a sex offender or confirm your ID as a class 6 felony. And 1 count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a class 6 felony. All of these happened on August 1st, 2026 today. I did find probable cause for these charges. I am going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on August the 6th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on August the 10th at 8:30 a.m. This is at the South Court Tower on 175 West Madison Street. Actually, I'm going to reduce this somewhat. Okay. I'm going to make the bond amount a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50,000. And then if you can make that bond, you're to be put on pretrial services with electronic monitoring to be installed before you're released. And then curfew would be determined by your pretrial services officer. You are not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. And do not leave the state of Arizona. And you must notify the court of any new address. Okay, if you go to your left, you'll get your paperwork.
I have a question.
Yes.
I have no documentation on me or anything of me because I don't know if you've heard about Galvin, Mexico, the flooding up there. I've lost completely everything that I had. And that's the only reason I came down to Arizona for my friend to help me work. And at least I'm going to try. I was planning on going back up with her to go get my CIB and all my documentations so I can try to transfer. And I called Navajo Nation about my registration.
Okay, I will.
And
you know what? Then I will change this and I will follow the state's recommendation. I'm going to make this to be $20,000.
yeah, because if I can't leave the state of Arizona, then I have no documentations on me.
Well, it's normally that you cannot leave the state of Arizona, so I'm not changing that. But I will make it, instead of $50,000, I will make it $20,000.
So
let me see. And since I'm following the recommendation, they also did not want me to let you have a weapon. So I'm going to include not to possess any weapons. Okay. Regarding identification, things of that nature, hopefully maybe you can just use like the internet to be able to, or have somebody else get that information for you. Okay, at the moment, I'm not changing this.
Yeah, I know.
The court can always modify it, okay?
I have no, okay.
And I'm going to give you, and I'm appointing counsel to be able to help you, okay?
Okay. So just being here and no documentations in, you guys gonna take care of that? I don't know.
You can go and get an Arizona driver's license, Arizona ID. At this moment, I am leaving things as is. You do need, of course,
Can I request to be put in segregation? Because I don't want to be in population, nothing. I want to be by myself. It's because last time I was incarcerated, I had to pick a fight in booking to get put in solitary, and I requested. And
well, that's obviously also why I made sure that we didn't talk about your case with anybody else around.
yeah, and I respect that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, yeah.
Dang it, I need to start working in there. 8 o'clock.
Doctor. Yes, please. Thank you very much. Okay. Good evening. This is the 8 p.m. initial appearance calendar for August 1st, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Additionally, this is the victim's rights advisement. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceedings, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who was convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already provided a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. Okay. Now, I know that you just heard the tape. I'm going to go over your release conditions with you. I'm also then, but I'm going to go over the highlights. I'm also, of course, going to tell you what your next court date is and where it is at. But you are responsible for all of your written release conditions. I'm going to go over the highlights, but you are responsible for each and every one of your release conditions. Okay? Let me get back into the computer. Marvin Smith, please come to the podium. Brandon Green, please go to the chair. Actually, you know what? Wait a minute. Oh, never mind. It's in order. I had put it in order. It's not in the order that I had put it in. It's definitely not in order. Okay, well, we'll just do it. Didn't change anything. No, it did not change what I've done. No. I know that I did it, I saved it, but it isn't the way I had set it up. I suppose we'll just leave it as is. That way it's gonna.
You still want Smith up to the podium?
Yeah, I do still want Smith to be the first person. Hello.
Hello.
Could you please state your full name?
Marvin Smith Jr.
Okay, thank you. Let me. Okay. Could you please state your date of birth?
12/15/1990.
Thank you. I have two cases before me today for you. Number 3, number 4 on the docket. This one is a warrant out of the grand jury. It is for one count of aggravated assault with temporary disfigurement as a class 4 felony. The offense date was January 13th of 2026. The grand jury found probable cause, so I don't need to worry about probable cause. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have an arraignment on August the 7th at 8:30 a.m. at the South Court Tower. I'm setting a secured appearance bond. I'm following the grand jury's recommendation of $10,000. You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victim. You're not to have any contact with the victim or alleged victim. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged complainant or witnesses. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. I'm not sure, since I don't have a synopsis of the facts, I don't know if you're living with this person, but just in case you are, I put in the fact that you're not allowed to reside at the same location as any alleged victim, but you are allowed one civil standby with law enforcement to collect essential belongings. You are not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. On your next case, this is a new case, and you're being charged with one count of armed robbery, threatening to use a weapon as a class 2 felony, one count of possessing and using dangerous drugs as a class 4 felony, one count of possessing a weapon as a prohibited person as a class 4 felony, one count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause on these charges. I am going to appoint counsel on this case. You have a status conference set on August 6th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on August 10th at 8:30 a.m. at the South Court Tower. And in this case, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100,000. You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victim. You're not to have any physical contact with the alleged victim. You're not to initiate contact with any alleged complainant or witness. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to have any contact with any co-defendant. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address.
What is this case for?
Okay, well, you have two different cases.
Yeah.
The first one, as I said, it came from the grand jury. The grand jury has already decided that there was probable cause that you committed aggravated assault by temporarily disfiguring another person as a class 4 felony that happened on January the 13th of 2026 of this year. This other case is where it happened yesterday, July 31st of 2026, for armed robbery, threatening to use a weapon as a class 2 felony, possession or use of a dangerous weapon, possession or use of dangerous drugs as a class 4 felony, possession or use of drug paraphernalia as a class 6 felony, and possession of a weapon by a prohibited person as a class 4 felony. And all of that happening yesterday. Okay, so you have these two cases.
Okay, see, I was.
Yeah, I am going to appoint counsel to represent you, so you have an attorney that can help you fight these cases, all right?
Okay, is there gonna be a bond set for the second one?
I set $100,000 bond,
$100,000?
yes.
So that means I would
It's a
need,
secured appearance bond, so you can use a bonding company to help you. But on the first one, as I stated, that's a $10,000 bond. So you have $110,000 bond for both, total.
so I would need $110,000 to get out?
Yes. But you can use a bonding company, so it's a secured appearance bond on both of them.
Is there any way that I can get a lower bond on
And
that?
at this
Because-
moment, not, under these, regarding the grand jury, that is what I'm going to follow their recommendation. And regarding this other case, I'm going to follow the state's recommendation, which was requesting the $100,000. And I think that under the facts, which I read, I felt that it was appropriate.
And I understand if that's what it said, then you would do that, but, I was talking to the officer yesterday, and he was saying that he wasn't going to pursue any.
Okay, well, at this moment, you don't really want to talk about the case, but you can always discuss it with your attorney, okay? Okay, yeah, you need to just go to the left and get your paperwork. Okay, Brandon Green, please come to the podium. Andre Gonzalez, please go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your full name?
Brandon Michael Green, 11/21/1984.
Thank you. Now, you have a failure to appear because you did not appear for, what did you not appear for? You did not appear for a status conference. And that was on July 30th of this year.
What is the status conference?
The status conference is like when, it's the beginning of a, well, you have a, it's like right now, you have a status conference and a preliminary hearing. It's a status conference for you to meet with your attorney and to discuss, you know, what type of, like what the case is about and what your defenses might be and what the prosecution has against you. So you actually have existing counsel. So let me go over what the charges are against you again. You have one count of possessing or using dangerous drugs as a class 4 felony, one count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a class 6 felony. The offense date on these are July 15th of 2026. You, as I stated, you have existing counsel. You have a status conference on August the 6th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on August 10th at 8:30 a.m. I am going to affirm the bond in this case, which is $500. Okay, so you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers, do not possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, do not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license, do not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. Go to your left, look at your paperwork. Andre Gonzalez, please come to the podium. Star Picard, please go to the chair. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Could you please state your full name
Jason Gonzalez,
and your date of birth?
9/12/1988.
I'm sorry, just those.
9/12/1988.
Yes. Okay, and you have two cases before me today, number 5 and number 6 on the docket. They have the same name and date of birth on both of them. I'm going back to number 5 on the docket. You have a warrant out of Hassayampa Justice Court. It is for one count of assault as a class 1 misdemeanor with the offense date of August 20th of 2025. I am going to appoint counsel to represent you on the bond amount only. You have an arraignment set in Hassayampa Justice Court in this case on August the 5th at 8:30 a.m. And I'm affirming the bond in the amount of $145. You are not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. On your other case, number 6, that is a warrant out of Surprise Municipal Court. And on this one, this is for a disorderly conduct, class 1 misdemeanor, from an offense on October the 24th of 2025. I have that if you remain in custody, that you're to be appointed counsel at the next hearing, that you have an arraignment in this case on August the 11th at 1:30 p.m. at Surprise Municipal Court. And you have secured appearance bond in this case in the amount of $500. You are not to initiate contact with the alleged victim or victims. You're not to initiate contact with alleged complainant or witness. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. And you're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So if you go to your left, you'll get your paperwork. Star Picard, please come to the podium. And Christina Rocca, please go to the chair. Hello.
Hi.
Can you please state your name?
Star Picard,
And your date of birth?
2/22/73.
Thank you. And you have a warrant for violating your probation. I am going to appoint counsel to represent you, although I'm not sure if you have existing counsel, but I just want to make sure that you have counsel. You have probation revocation hearings on August the 7th at 8:30 a.m. at downtown Phoenix at 201 West Jefferson. And I'm affirming the bond in the amount of a secured appearance bond for $1,000. Okay, and you are not to, huh?
I don't know what that means.
You cannot get released unless you make a bond in the amount of $1,000.
Okay.
But you can use a bonding company to be able to get that.
Okay.
Okay, so you are not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons because you're on probation, which you can't, you're not supposed to have any weapons. And you're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. And because you're on probation, be sure to contact your probation officer within 24 hours.
This is from like 12 years ago. I don't.
Yeah, well, you've been on warrant for status for that long.
And what's that?
You have been on warrant status for 10 years.
Yeah, I don't know who my probation officer is.
Well, just call the probation office
Okay.
and tell them who you are, and they will make sure that you speak to a probation officer.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
So yeah, just go to your left and you got your paperwork. Christina Rocca, please come to the podium. Tawana Johnson, please go to the chair. Hello. Could you please state your full name?
Christina Elise Rocca,
Date of birth?
11/15/89.
I'm sorry?
11/15/89.
Thank you. And I have 3 cases before me today for you, number 12, 13, and 14. They all have the same name and date of birth. Just double checking. Yes, they all have the same name and date of birth. I'm going to go back to number 12 on the docket. This is a failure to appear for status conference on October 26th of 2025. The underlying charge being 1 count of possession or use of dangerous drugs as a class 4 felony, and 1 count of possession or use of drug paraphernalia as a class 6 felony from December 10th of 2025. I'm going to appoint counsel to represent you. I'm not sure if your attorney is still with their office. If they are, they probably will remain your attorney. If not, they're going to make sure that you have counsel. You have a status conference set on August the 6th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on August 10th at 8:30 a.m. at the South Court Tower. You have a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $50. Because the other 2 are $50. This one was $500, but this is the same thing, like $50. So they're all going to be $50 cash-only bonds. So I'm going to go to the next case. And it is, again, actually, in all of them, you would fail to appear for court. So this one is failing to appear. It's a warrant for failing to appear for court. It is 1 count of possession or use of dangerous drug as a class 4 felony, 1 count of possessing or using a narcotic drug as a class 4 felony, 1 count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a class 6 felony with the offense date of July 3rd of 2025. And I'm appointing counsel to represent you. You have a non-witness violation hearing on August the 7th at 8:30 a.m. And as I stated, it was a cash-only appearance bond. I'm affirming that bond. And you're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Do not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address. And let me see. This kind of sounds to me like you were on, it doesn't state that you were on probation, okay. Going to number 14, it is also that you failed to appear for court. That's why you have a warrant for failing to appear for court. The underlying charge being one count of possessing or using a narcotic drug as a class 4 felony, one count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a class 6 felony, with the offense date of December the 18th of 2023. I'm appointing counsel to represent you. You have a non-witness violation hearing on August the 7th at 8:30 a.m. at the downtown Phoenix at 201 West Jefferson. And as I told you, I'm going to make it a cash only bond. Well, I'm affirming the prior court's order of a cash only appearance bond in the amount of $50. So each of them are $50, and so it's $150 for so cash only. Okay. But all in the release conditions are the same in all cases. You just go to your left, look at your paperwork. Tawana Johnson, please come to the podium. Juan Garcia, please go to the chair. Oh, that's because that's a FOJ. Okay. Hello. Can you? Let me make sure I'm getting to the right person. You're Tawana Johnson, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just making sure I'm clicking on the right spot. Okay. Could you please state your full name?
Tawana Marquita Johnson.
Your date of birth?
12/17/1985.
Okay. Now you have a warrant for failing to show up for court, and that was for a status conference as well. And this was from July 20th of 2026. Oh, since you have counsel, you have existing counsel. I'm not done changing that. You are being charged with one count of possession or use of narcotic drug as a class 4 felony, and one count of possessing or using a drug paraphernalia as a class 6 felony from the offense date of October 27th, 2024. As I stated, you have existing counsel in this, and you failed to show up just, like a couple weeks ago. So that counsel should still be with the office. You have a status conference set. Actually, it is hard to tell. Can we go off the record for a second? Sorry, usually it's like darker. Not a problem. Okay, can we go back on the record? Thank you. Okay, you have a status conference set on August the 6th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on August the 10th at 8:30 a.m. at the South Court Tower at 175 West Madison Street. I am going to affirm the prior court's order of a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. You are not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. And you can just go to your left and you'll get your paperwork. Juan Garcia, please come to the podium. Perla Nieto, please go to the chair. Hello, sir. Could you please, I said hello. Could you please state your full name?
Juan Rodolfo Garcia, 1021-64.
Thank you. Now you have two cases before me today. They number 18 and 19 on the docket. They both have the same name and date of birth from them. Let me go back to number 18. This is a warrant out of University Lakes Justice Court. It is for 2 counts of theft, controlling property of another as a misdemeanor. It is the offense date of November the 3rd of 2025. I'm going to appoint counsel to represent you regarding the bond amount, and I'm going to affirm the court's bond amount in the amount of $100. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victim or victims. You're not to have any physical contact with any alleged victim, nor complainant or witness. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription, not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license, to not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. And on your other case, as we stated, you have this, we've gone over your name and your date of birth. It is a warrant, again, out of University Lakes Justice Court. This is for 1 count of criminal trespassing in the 3rd degree. The offense date was January the 3rd of 2026. I'm going to appoint counsel to represent you regarding the bond amount unless the court orders otherwise. And I am going to affirm the court's order regarding the secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. Again, you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime or initiate contact with any alleged victim, and you're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. Do not drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address. If you go to your left, you'll get your paperwork. Perla Nieto, please come to the podium. Jada Zuniga Barreto, please go to the chair. Hello.
Hi.
Could you please state your full name?
Perla Nieto,
Your date of birth?
11/13/87.
Thank you. Now you are being charged with 1 count of aggravated domestic violence as a Class 5 felony, 1 count of aggravated assault, an adult on a minor as a Class 6 felony, and 1 count of assault as a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for these charges. I am going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on August the 17th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on August the 19th at 8:30 a.m. at the South Court Tower on 175 West Madison Street. I am going to follow the state's recommendations and release you on pretrial services. So you're going to be supervised by pretrial services. You need to report to them within 72 hours. However, you're also going to be put on electronic monitoring to be installed before you can be released from the jail.
Okay.
And that you will then also have curfew to be determined by your pretrial officer.
Okay.
You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victims. You're not to have any physical contact with any alleged victim. You're not to initiate contact with any alleged complainant or witness. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to have any contact with minors.
Okay.
And that does,
And does that
includes our children, yes.
Is that
Right now.
going to be another court or?
Yes, you're going to have, yes, I've stated that.
But am I going to go home today or am I going to stay
Okay.
or how?
You are going to be released,
Mhm.
but you are going to be supervised by pretrial services. I do not know if you live with your mother. Okay.
I live with my dad.
Okay, well, as long as you don't live with the victim or victims, you can live where you live. Okay. I wasn't quite sure, which is why I put in the fact that you can have 1 civil standby. But obviously, if you don't live with your mother, then you don't need that civil standby.
Okay.
Okay. I'm just putting down the fact that you cannot reside at the same place as the alleged victim.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
And you're not to possess any weapons. You are not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state, and you must notify the court of any new address.
Okay.
So as long as we have the correct address, then that's fine. Just obviously, if you were to change your address later on, be sure to let the court know what your new address is in writing.
Okay.
Okay. You can go to your left and get your paperwork. Jada Zuniga Barreto, please come to the podium. Nicholas A. Hart, please go to the chair. Hello.
It's Jada.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jada. I apologize because I hate to mispronounce people's name. Okay, could you please state your full name?
Jada Araceli Zuniga Barreto.
Okay, and that sounds pretty when you say it. Your date of birth, please?
March 19, 1998.
All right, now you are being charged with 1 count of possession or use of dangerous drugs as a class 4 felony, 1 count of possession or use of drug paraphernalia as a class 6 felony, and 1 count of assault as a class 1 misdemeanor. I did find that there was probable cause for these charges. I am going to appoint counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on August 17th at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on August the 19th at 8:30 a.m. at the South Court Tower on 175 West Madison Street. You don't need to worry about it. It's going to be written on your paperwork. Okay. You kind of looked like you were worried. So, I mean, I understand you'd be worried about the charges, but you kind of looked like you were worried about the address.
Oh.
So, I'm going to be releasing you on pretrial services. You just need to contact them within 72 hours, and you will be on drug testing and monitoring.
That's fine.
You are not to initiate contact with the alleged victim. You are not to initiate contact with the alleged complainant or witness. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. And I could also, I think sometimes I'm not sure if you live with the person or not, just you are not to reside with any alleged victim.
Yeah.
And I'm allowed, and you are allowed 1 civil standby with law enforcement to collect essential belongings.
Okay.
Okay. Did you understand that? Okay. Then, but you're not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state. You must notify the court of any new address.
Okay.
Okay. If you go to your left, you'll get your paperwork. Nicholas A. Hart. Nicholas A. Hart. Please come to the podium. And excuse me, I just want to put. Okay. And sir, can you please state your full name?
Nicholas Scott A. Hart,
Thank you. Date of birth?
6/16/1989.
Now you have new charges out of Surprise Municipal Court. It is 1 count of leaving the scene of an accident as a class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of endangerment as a misdemeanor, and 1 count of reckless driving as a class 2 misdemeanor, with the offense date of July 2nd of 2026. I'm not concerning myself with counsel at this moment because I'm going to be releasing you on your own recognizance. You do have an arraignment on August the 25th at 1:30 p.m. That will be at Surprise Municipal Court, and the address will be on your paperwork.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, however, you are not to initiate contact with the alleged victim or victims. You are not to have any physical contact with any alleged victim. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged complainant or witnesses. You're not to initiate contact with arresting officers. You are not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription. You are not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Do not leave the state. You must notify the court of any address. Oh, wait, hold on. Yes, I need to edit this because it talks about having to do a DNA test, and you do not need to do that. Okay, and I'm actually also going to get rid of the fingerprint at this moment, although I know that they will order you to do one. Okay, I just signed it. So, just main thing is also you must notify the court of the new address. And actually the main thing, show up for court.
Yep.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And everything will be on your paperwork.
Thank you.
And I don't know if you've heard, I wanted to use the interpreter case before I do the fugitive justice case. Okay. Oh, great, thanks. Jorge Galindo Gonzalez, please come to the podium. And Kelsey Sykes, please go to the chair. Okay. Interpreter, could you please state your name and your badge number for the record? And thank you for being here for us.
Yes, my name's Scarlett. Oh, thank you. My name's Scarlett, and my ID number is 1017.
Thank you. Sir, can you please state your full name?
Yeah, I don't know English, speak English.
Okay, that's why we have an interpreter.
Okay.
Can you please maybe introduce yourself to him and explain to him what's going on?
Okay. Hola, señor. Mi nombre es Scarlett. Yo seré su intérprete el día de hoy. ¿Puede, por favor, brindar su nombre completo?
Jorge Luis Galindo González.
Jorge Luis Galindo González.
Sí.
Okay, and your date of birth, please?
Fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
24 de enero de 1993.
January 24th, 1993.
Thank you.
Gracias.
You are being charged with 1 count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument as a Class 3 felony.
Muy bien. Usted se le está brindando un cargo de agresión agravada con un arma mortal o instrumento peligroso, el cual se clasifica como un delito grave de clase 3.
I found probable cause for this charge.
Y yo encontré causa probable por este cargo.
I'm appointing counsel to represent you.
Y estoy apuntando a un consejero, a un abogado para que le represente.
You have a status conference on August 6th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on August 10th at 8:30.
Interpreter speaking, sorry, you said that, what's on August 10th? Sorry, you cut off right at the beginning.
Oh, a preliminary hearing.
Oh, got it, thank you. Muy bien, tiene una conferencia de estado el 6 de agosto a las 8 y luego una audiencia preliminar el 10 de agosto a las 8:30.
That will be at the South Court Tower in downtown Phoenix.
Y esto será en la Torre South Tower, ¿ok? Y esto será en el centro de Phoenix.
I am setting a bond in the amount of $50,000. At a time. Interpreter. I'm asking what
One
you
at a
prefer.
time. Mhm.
Okay, and I thought that's probably best.
One at a time if possible.
Absolutely. You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime.
Sorry, do you mind repeating that just one more time? You cut off right at the beginning.
You are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime.
Usted no puede retornar a la escena antes, no debe de regresar al lugar del presunto delito.
You are not to initiate contact with the alleged victim or victims.
Y no puede iniciar contacto con la presunta víctima o víctimas.
You are not to have any physical contact with any alleged victim.
Y no debe tener ningún contacto físico con ninguna presunta víctima.
You are not to initiate contact with any alleged complainant or witness.
Y no va a poder tener ningún contacto con ningún presunto denunciante o testigo.
You are not to initiate contact with the arresting officers.
Y no debe tener contacto con los oficiales arrestantes.
You are not to possess any weapons.
No debe poseer ningún arma.
You are not to possess or consume any drugs without a valid prescription.
No puede poseer ni tampoco consumir ningún tipo de droga sin una receta válida.
You are not to possess or consume any alcohol.
No debe poseer o consumir alcohol.
You are not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license.
No debe conducir un vehículo motorizado sin una licencia de conducir válida.
You do not leave the state.
No debe dejar el estado.
You must notify the court of any new address.
Y debe notificar a la corte de cualquier nueva dirección.
You must submit to DNA testing at the arresting police department.
Y debe someterse a pruebas de ADN después de que el departamento de policía que lo arrestó lo haga.
And you must submit to 10-print fingerprint at the arresting police department.
Y también debe admitir que se le tomen las 10 huellas dactilares en el departamento de policía que lo arrestó.
And that's all.
Y eso es todo.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene preguntas?
No.
Okay, thank you then. Yes, please go to your left.
Okay, gracias. Ya puede regresar.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your help.
It's been a
Yeah, you
pleasure.
go to your left.
Have a nice rest of your evening. Thank
You too, thank you. Okay. Then yes, if we can do Kelsey Sykes. Here we are. Oh, there you are. Sorry, I was just looking at the book. Okay. May I have your name and date of birth?
Kelsey Sykes, 11485.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat that?
Kelsey Sykes, 11485.
Okay, your middle initial is L,
Yes, ma'am.
and I have that you have a fugitive of justice warrant. And let's see. A warrant for your arrest has been issued by, oh, right, let me get the state.
I need to look at this again.
Oh, one out Indiana.
Well, actually, this one looks like it's out of California. Oh, no, it's a San Diego, CO though.
It's Indiana.
Oh, it's Indiana? Oh, okay, thank you. So yes, this is Indiana, and this says it's a probation violation.
Yeah.
I know that there's another one that was only statewide though, but so I'm dealing with just this one that's full extradition.
No, they would not extradite.
Yes, no, this one definitely they do want to extradite. And they want me to hold you without bond. So let's go forward. Okay. So a warrant for your arrest issued by the state of Indiana. That state wants you back on this warrant. Before court, you were given a laminated card. Did you read that paperwork?
Yeah.
Yes. As I stated, you have a warrant from the state of Indiana. You have a choice to make at this time. You can choose to waive your right to an extradition hearing and be sent back to the requesting state within 30 days, or you can demand an extradition hearing and that a governor's warrant be signed by the governors of both states before you are sent back to the state of Indiana. If you choose to waive your right to have an extradition hearing, you would be held non-bondable in Maricopa County Jail for a period of up to 30 days to allow time for the requesting state to come for you. That 30 days would start tomorrow, as long as you do not have any criminal charges pending against you anywhere in Arizona. If you do have criminal charges pending against you in Arizona, the 30-day period would not start until those charges are resolved. If you choose to have an extradition hearing, I will set your first hearing for, let me see, I have that right here.
I just want to waive.
Okay. Well, there's things we need to go through in order for me to do that for you, okay? And one thing is that I need to make sure that you are like not under the influence of anything, that you understand what you're doing. You're hunched over. I can't really tell that you're like half asleep. So I don't feel like that it would be voluntary at this moment. So at this moment, I don't feel like that you can voluntarily waive your rights.
I voluntarily waive my rights. Fully comply.
Okay, well, if you want to waive your rights, I need you to stand up straight.
My back is a mess.
Your back hurts you?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay, let me, first of all, I do need to let you know these things. I will let you, if you're really, I can understand if you're in pain, you need to lean over. Okay. If it's because you're in pain, I can understand you leaning over. If it's just because you're tired and you don't, you're not.
Yeah, I'm in pain.
Okay, if it's because you're in pain, I will let you lean over. But I need you to be able to pay attention.
Okay.
Because I need to make sure that you truly understand what your rights are and then you wish to give those up. Okay. So, I'm going to just go back to, if you choose to have your extradition hearing, I will set your first hearing for August the 10th at 1:30 p.m. at Superior Court in Phoenix at 201 West Jefferson. I cannot appoint an attorney to represent you because extradition matters are civil in nature, but you would have the right to hire a lawyer at your expense if you chose. You're entitled to bail. Actually, in this case, you would not be entitled to bail because the arrest warrant is for probation. A governor's warrant signed by the court, but a governor's warrant signed by the governors of both states is required to extradite you to Indiana. This process could take up to 90 days. And then, do you wish to waive extradition or to keep your rights and have an extradition hearing here in Arizona?
I have an extradition hearing.
Okay, so you do want to have your extradition hearing.
Yeah.
Okay, then I am going to be holding you non-bondable, but you will have your hearing set on August the 10th at 1:30 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have my signature? Okay. All right, then. Okay, so if you just go to your left, you will be getting your new court date. And then there are 3 house calls, 1 for Jaden Martin and 2 for Michael Christensen. That they were unable to come to court today for behavioral issues. Number 2 on the docket is Jaden J. Martin, date of birth July 3rd, 2008. He has a new case out of Goodyear Municipal Court. His charges are 1 count of DUI impairment, class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of a liquor, minor driving after drinking as a class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of having liquor in his body as a class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for these charges. I am not appointing counsel at this time, as I'm going to be releasing him OR. He has an arraignment set on August the 19th at 1 p.m. at the Goodyear Municipal Court. Michael Christensen is a number 8 and number 9. Going to number 8, it is Michael Allen Christensen, date of birth March 21, 1993. He has a warrant for failing to appear for court, and that is for a disposition hearing from July 7th of 2026. He has existing counsel. He has a disposition hearing set on August the 6th at 8:30 a.m. Has secured appearance bond in this case in the amount of $500. On his other case, number 9, same name and date of birth. He has a warrant for failing to appear in court for sentencing, in that is for 1 count of shoplifting as a class 4 felony with the offense date of May 30th, 2026. He has existing counsel. He has a status conference set on August the 6th at 8:30 a.m. at the South Court Tower. He has a secured appearance bond in this case in the amount of $500. I'm affirming the bond that had already been set on July 7th of 2026. If there's any changes made, I will come back onto the record and make those changes. At this time, though, the hearing is adjourned.
You might be seated. Thank you.
All right, good evening. My name is Commissioner Elizabeth Campbell, and this is the 11 p.m. initial appearance calendar for August 1st, 2026. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Persons appearing before this court are reminded that they have the right to remain silent and that anything they say could be used against them. Most of you have qualified for a court-appointed attorney. If you have not qualified for a court-appointed attorney, or even if you have, you may retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I will be calling you up individually. When your name is called, please proceed to the podium. At the conclusion of your matter, officers will have paperwork for you. That paperwork will contain my complete orders in your case. During your initial appearance hearing, I may go over certain of your release conditions. However, full release conditions will be in your paperwork, and it is your responsibility to review all of your release conditions and comply with all of those conditions. Now, your paperwork will also contain the dates, times, and locations of your future hearings. So it is important to keep track of that paperwork. All right, I now need to read a victim's rights advisement. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have rights under Arizona law that, among others, include the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at court proceeding, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant or the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling and sentencing, and to receive restitution from a person who is convicted of causing you loss. If you have not already been provided with a written statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Prosecutor's Office. All right, we are going to go ahead and start this morning with Right, we are going to go ahead and start with Jordan Buchanan, please, and then Patrick Campbell. All right, Mr. Buchanan, go ahead, state your name, date of birth.
Jordan Buchanan, August 9th, 1997.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based on allegations that you violated terms. You violated terms 2, 4, 5, 7, 14, 15, and 15A in your, 15A, 15 and 15D, and 15J and 15L in your probation case number CR 2018-005365. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on August 7th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am also setting a secured appearance bond in this probation matter in the amount of $7,500. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would need to contact your probation officer within 24 hours. You would also need to go to those hearings on August 7th at 8:30. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, step to left. Officer has your paperwork for you. All right, Patrick Campbell, please, and then Francisco Caballero. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name, date of birth.
Patrick Campbell, 435.
I'm sorry, one more time with the date of birth.
Patrick Campbell, 435.
Thank you. All right, sir. You are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued warrants for your arrest based upon your failures to appear in your probation matters, CR 2023-114527 and CR 2024-128983. In both of those matters, the court should already have made a determination about whether or not you are entitled to have an attorney appointed to represent you. So I'm not making that decision again this morning. I am setting hearings on August 7th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court in both of those cases. In your 23 probation matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,000. And in your 24 probation matter, I am also setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,000. In the event you are able to post your bonds and secure your release, because you are on probation, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. You would also need to go to those hearings on August 7th. If you are still in custody on the 7th, you will be transported. Do you have any questions, sir? All right, go ahead, step to the left. Francisco Caballero, please, and then Andy Rodriguez. All right, Mr. Caballero, go ahead, state your name, date of birth.
Francisco Caballero Coronado, 01/28/1982.
Thank you. All right, sir. You are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued warrants for your arrest based upon allegations that you violated your Maricopa County probations in your cases CR 2022-114981 and CR 2024-159805. In both of those matters, it is alleged that you violated terms 1, 3, and 5 of your Maricopa County probations. In both of those matters, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on August 7th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your 22 Maricopa County probation matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. In your 24 Maricopa County probation case, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. Now, you are also here because Pinal County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon allegations that you violated your probation in Pinal, and that is case number CR 2024-02109. In that matter, I am indicating that an attorney should be appointed to represent you at your next hearing, which will be in the Pinal County Superior Court on August 5th at 8:30 in the morning. I'm also setting a secured appearance bond in your Pinal County matter in the amount of $1,000. In the event you are able to post your bonds and secure your release, because you are on probation, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. You would also need to go to your hearings. The ones in Maricopa are on August 7th at 8:30, and the one in Pinal is on August 5th at 8:30. If you are still in custody on the dates of your hearings, you will be transported. Do you have any questions? All right, go ahead, step to left.
Thank you.
Andy Rodriguez, please, and then Elaine Anderson. My plan is to take a break before the LET to call on that DUI. Okay. Mr. Rodriguez, go ahead, state your name, date of birth.
Andy Rodriguez, 06/01/2002, sorry.
Okay. All right, sir, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon allegations that you violated term 4 of your probation in your case CR 2022-006237. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on August 7th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I'm also setting a secured appearance bond in this probation case in the amount of $500. In the event you are able to post this bond and secure your release, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. You also need to go to those hearings on the 7th. If you are still in custody on the 7th, you will be transported. Do you have any questions?
No, I just want one statement. I have proof that I was in a rehab.
Okay.
I just came out of rehab, I think yesterday. That's the reason I basically didn't contact anyone or show up to court. But I have the proof right here that I was in there for 6 months.
Okay. So, I have appointed you an attorney, so that is information that you can provide to your attorney, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step to the left.
Thank you.
Mhm. All right, Brianna Everett, please, and then Elaine Anderson. All right, ma'am, go ahead, state your name, date of birth.
Brianna Everett, 7/20/94.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, you are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest based upon your failure to appear in your matter involving possession or use of drug paraphernalia. In that matter, in your probation case involving the possession or use of drug paraphernalia. In that matter, the court should already have made a determination about whether or not you are entitled to have an attorney appointed to represent you. So I'm not making that decision again this morning. I am setting hearings on August 7th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. And I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. You would also need to go to those hearings on August 7th at 8:30. If you're still in custody on the 7th, you will be transported. Do you have any questions? All right, go ahead, step left. Elaine Anderson, please, and then Michael Dixon. All right, Ms. Anderson, go ahead, state your name, date of birth.
Elaine Anderson, 10/2/58.
Thank you. All right, ma'am. You are here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued warrants for your arrest based upon your failures to appear in your cases CR 2026-109039. That's your matter involving possession or use of narcotic drugs. And your matter CR 2026-114949. That's your matter involving charges of possession or use of dangerous drugs and possession or use of drug paraphernalia. In both of those matters, the court should already have made a determination about whether or not you are entitled to have an attorney appointed to represent you. So I'm not making that decision again this morning. In both of those matters, I am setting hearings on August 17th at 8:30, and that's the status conference, and then a preliminary hearing on August 19th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you to the supervision of pretrial services in both of these cases. Now, you do need to go to your hearings on the 17th and the 19th. If you don't, warrants may issue for your arrest.
Oh, could I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
The only reason I missed the first court date was the Valley Metro lowered its bus on my foot, and I called like a couple days earlier. I tried to get a hold of whoever I was. I left a message, told them I didn't feel well. Could we please reschedule? Here's my number. No reply. So I couldn't walk on my foot, but I did come into the second one, and I think that was like 3 days later or something. When I walked into court to sign in to say I was here, they said it's been canceled. You have 2 warrants out. Da 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 da. I said, well, wait a minute, So then I went right into his office. I asked if I could speak with him, if he was in the building. I need to get this taken care of.
Okay.
And it was Baldwin, Joshua. I still haven't contacted him. Anyway, long story short, I would have been here. I tried my best. I've been in the hospital for like the last 2.5 months. That's why I haven't contacted the courts or tried to get a hold of,
Okay.
But yes, I will show up on that date.
All right. That it sounds like you are motivated to attend, and I do appreciate that. And pretrial services will, help you out by reminding you of your upcoming hearing dates. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead and step to the left. Officers have your paperwork for you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Michael Dixon, please, and then Malcolm Hodge. All right, Mr. Dixon, go ahead, state your name, date of birth.
My name is Michael Dixon, June 17th, 1992.
You are right, sir. You are here this evening on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested earlier today on charges of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, and tampering with evidence, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those. Now, you were also arrested on charges of possession or use of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession or use of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony. Possession of a weapon in a drug offense, a Class 4 felony, and possession or use of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. Based on the limited information I have in front of me this evening, I'm not finding probable cause for those drug-related charges. However, as I did state, I did find probable cause for the possession of a weapon by a prohibited person and the tampering with evidence charges. For the charges that for which I did not find probable cause, I am advising you that those allegations are not dismissed and formal charges may nevertheless be filed for those violations. All right, in your matter, I am appointing you an attorney. Arlene, could we reprint that? I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting a status conference on August 17th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on August 19th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes.
And then based on your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this evening to the supervision of pretrial services. Pretrial services will do things like remind you of your upcoming hearing dates. I am reminding you, you are not to possess any weapons. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, full release conditions will be in your paperwork. We do need to reprint that, so if you go ahead, have a seat, we'll get it brought out to you.
Thank you.
All right, Malcolm Hodge, please, and then Sarah Goodwin. All right, Mr. Hodge, go ahead, state your name, date of birth.
Malcolm Hodge, 7282.
All right, sir, you are here because the El Centro Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest. This is a pre-adjudication failure to appear warrant in your matter there involving reckless burning and resisting arrest. In that matter, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney to represent you this morning. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense. I am setting an arraignment hearing in the El Centro Justice Court on August 20th at 8:30 in the morning. Will you go to that?
Yes, I will.
All right, and based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you on your own recognizance. You do need to go to that hearing on August 20th. If you don't, a warrant may issue for your arrest. Do you have any questions, sir?
I don't.
Okay, go ahead, step to the left. Officer has your paperwork. Sarah Goodwin, please, and then Brian Gamber. Hi. All right, Ms. Goodwin, go ahead, state your name and date of birth.
Sarah Goodwin, 5/2/1979.
I'm sorry, 1979. Thank you. All right, ma'am, you are here on a Justice Court new case. You were arrested earlier today on charges of criminal trespass in the second degree, a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for that. Based on the nature of that allegation, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney to represent you this evening. However, you may retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting an arraignment hearing in the Santan Justice Court on August 18th at 9 a.m. Will you go to that?
Yes.
All right, and based on your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this evening on your own recognizance. You do need to go to that hearing on the 18th. If you don't, a warrant may issue for your arrest.
Yes.
You're not to return at the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with any alleged victim, complainant, or witness.
I'm about to go to recovery, so thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
All right, well, getting into recovery is an important step, and I do wish you well with that, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, go ahead, step to left. Brian Gamber, please, and then Derek Strutzenberg.
Good morning, Your Honor.
It's technically still evening, but,
Okay, good.
but I appreciate the greeting. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name and date of birth.
My name is Brian Gamber, and I was June 6, 1964.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here on a Superior Court new case. You were arrested yesterday on charges of possession or use of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession or use of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting a status conference on August 17th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on August 19th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to that?
Absolutely.
Okay. And based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this evening on your own recognizance. Do you need to go to those hearings? If you don't go to those hearings, warrants may issue for your arrest. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, yesterday, 2 days ago, my wife was released from mental health facility, and I couldn't make a phone call last night because I don't know what you judge, but I don't know numbers. I just push them on the phone. So I haven't talked to my wife since 11 o'clock yesterday. She's suicidal, and I've been going crazy since yesterday, worried about her. I don't have anybody, and she doesn't either to call. And I thank you for my release. I will be here for court. I'm just worried about getting home to my wife.
Okay. Well, go ahead. Step left. Officer will give you your paperwork. It will take a couple of 3 hours to get you processed out. Okay.
Longer?
Unless is he here on anything else other than this case?
I don't have anything.
Okay. But it will still take at least a couple hours to process you out. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Derek Strutzenberg, please. All right, sir, go ahead. State your name, date of birth.
Derek Randall Strutzenberg, August 16th, 1982.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest in a direct complaint matter. Based on allegations that on or about January 1st, 2025, you committed the offense of possession or use of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession or use of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting a status conference on August 17th at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on August 19th at 8:30. Both of those will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right, then based on your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you this morning on your own recognizance. Now, I did see that you are on probation in a Pinal County matter, so you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Also need to go to your hearings. If you don't go to those hearings, warrants may issue for your arrest.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've actually just released from treatment, and I've been in contact with my penal officer. I thought that warrant was quashed. I really did.
Okay. I don't at this point have any information about that Pinal County matter.
Okay.
As far as the status of that warrant. I don't have that warrant in front of me.
Okay. I'll contact them either way.
So, yes, I do have, and I know that, but I do know that a warrant was issued in that case.
Okay.
I just don't have it in front of me. The only thing I'm seeing you on is this Maricopa County direct complaint matter. Based upon what I have in front of me now, I am releasing you on your own recognizance tonight, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead, step left. All right, we are going to take a short break, and then we're going to move to Ali Abdeen. Yep, we are good, thank you.
Hello.
All right, good evening, interpreter. This is Commissioner Campbell. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you clear. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, can we please have Ali Abdeen, please?
هل يمكننا أن نحصل على علي من فضلك؟
All right, and Mr. Abdeen is at the podium. Could you please introduce yourself to him and let him know you're going to be helping us out this evening?
Okay, no problem. Okay. ألو السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
اسمي نادية وراح أترجم لك اليوم على الاتصال. أنا بالخط الآن نشوف أترجم على كلمة كلمة. منيح؟
شرفت عليك.
شكرا. Thank you. Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Abdeen, go ahead, state your name, date of birth.
ممكن اسمك وعيد ميلادك.
علي صلاح عابدين 12/8/1995.
ايش السنة من جديد؟
12/8/1995.
95. علي صلاح الدين صح؟
علي صلاح عابدين.
نيم الصلاح علي صلاح الدين 12/8 سنة 95 صح؟
أيوة نعم.
12/8/1995.
Thank you. All right, sir, you are here on a Superior Court new case.
أنت اليوم بصدد قضية معروضة أمام محكمة العالية.
أيوة نعم.
Yes.
All right, you were arrested on charges of armed robbery with a deadly weapon, a Class 2 felony.
أوكي، تم القبض عليك بتهمة الصدوع المسلح باستخدام سلح قاتل وهي جمرتان خطيرتان.
Possession or use of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony.
Ma'am, can you repeat it again?
Yes, possession or use of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony.
أو تعاطي المخدرات أو الإصابة أو ارتكاب hold on. Okay, ma'am, can you repeat it one more time?
Yes, possession or use of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony.
Felony. Okay. أو تعدي المخدرات الخطرة وهي من درجة الأولى.
And possession or use of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony.
أو استخدام أدوات تعاطي المخدرات وهي جناية من الدرجة السادسة.
I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney.
كل هؤلاء أعنيكم مش أدي لك محامي.
I am setting a status conference on August 6th at 8:30.
AM or PM?
AM.
أوكي. سأفعل لك ميعاد اجتماعية مباشرة يوم 6 أغسطس الساعة 8:30 صباحا.
And a preliminary hearing on August 10th at 8:30 a.m.
في جلسة استماع أولياء عقدت في 10 أغسطس الساعة 8:30 الصباح.
I am, in this matter, because you were on release in your case CR 2026-127992,
لقد دخلت في هذه المسألة لأنك كنت مسجلا في برنامج العناية في تقريرك الضربي KR 2020 رقم 612-799 لحظة، الرقم هو 612-79992 so 612-7992.
Was that your question to me, interpreter?
Yes, correct. I just wanted to make sure I said it right. 612-7992.
CR 2026-127992.
Okay. KR 2020-612-7992, right? Again?
CR, like criminal, CR.
Oh, CR. Oh, criminal. Okay, criminal. CR. Okay. So لقد دخلت في هذا المسألة لأنك كنت مسجلا في برنامج العناية في تقريرك الضربي هو CR 2020 رقم 612-7992.
I am holding you non-bondable on your new charges.
سأحتجزك دون إمكانية الإفراج بالكفالة بأن على التهمة الجديدة المواجهة إليك.
As a result, I am setting an evidentiary hearing on August 7th at 1:30 p.m.
والنتيجة لذلك سأقدم أدلة خلال جلسة الاستماع المقررة في 7 أغسطس الساعة 1:30 بعد الظهر.
That hearing, as all of your others, will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court.
حيث أن جميع قضاياكم الأخرى ستعرض أمام المحكمة العالية المقاطعة مايكروبا في وسط المدينة.
Do you have any questions, sir?
لديك أي أسئلة لجلائي موجودة؟
أيوة، هل كيف يمكنني أتواصل مع أهلي؟ أنا ما حافظ رقم حدا، أرقامي كلها في جوالي وخذوه مني وأنا ما فاهم شيء، يعني أنا ما سرقت حدا، ما عملت كل اللي قاله ده، ما.
اصبر خليني أول شيء أترجم هذا وبعدها تديلي الأخرى. أوكي. How can I get in touch with my family? I don't have any of their numbers saved in my phone, and it's turned off, and I don't understand anything.
Okay. So there are phones that you can use in the jail.
في تقدر تستعمل الهاتف تبع الحبس اللي أنت موجود الآن.
But I don't think, officers, do you have any way of providing him with contact information for his family? But detention officers don't have any way to provide you with your family members' telephone numbers.
Okay. المكتب ما يقدرش، العسكر دي هناك ما يقدروش يدولك النمرة تبع عائلتك.
بس أنا ما حافظ رقم حدا.
I don't know anybody's phone number, you know, by heart. Like he's like trying to say, like he has all the phone numbers and locked in the phone, and
Oh,
even if they
okay.
give him access, yeah, that's what he means.
Okay, so he wants access to his phone so that he can get the numbers from there. Is that what he's saying?
أنت بدك التلفون ليش تشوف الاتصالات دي تشتي تتصل فيهم صح؟
أيوة نعم، أرقامي كلها في الجوال. بعدين أنا ما عملت شيء من اللي قالوه ده، ما سرقت حدا، ما عملت كل ده.
So what he's like, as you see, he's crying. I did not do anything wrong. I didn't do anything, and basically, you know, I think you can see him, right? I can't see. I'm on the phone.
I can see him. Okay.
Okay.
Sir. I did find probable cause for the for your new charges this evening, based upon the information in the Form 4, including a video of the incident that police officers allegedly reviewed. Okay.
للحين هي شافة، أنا شفت بالتعليق الجديد المواجهة هذا المساء استدناء إلى المعلومات في النموذج الخاص بمقاطع فيديوهات للحادث الذي يزعم أن الضابط الشرطة قد رجعوا ووافقوا عليه. يعني أبصروا فيديوهات عليك.
You can talk to your attorney about any defenses you believe you may have, and you will see that attorney at your status conference on August 6th at 8:30 in the morning.
تقدر تكلم للمحامي لما يجي الاجتماع في شهر 8 يوم 6 الساعة 8:30 الصباح.
Go ahead, step to left. Officer has your paperwork for you.
أمي راح تموت في المستشفى.
My mom is
أمي راح تموت في المستشفى.
Okay. Sir, based upon Arizona law, I am obligated to hold you non-bondable this evening, and I'm going to go ahead and do it.
على الولاية أريزونا لازم الامساك عليك، ما نقدر نخليك تخرج.
Go ahead, step to left. Officer has your paperwork.
Can you repeat it? Can you repeat it?
He's actually already got his paperwork from the officer, interpreter, so I think we're good. Interpreter, thank you so much for your time and assistance this evening. We really appreciated it.
Thank you so much. If there's anything, I'll be here for more couple minutes. Thank you so much.
Oh, you can like log off from our telephone call.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you so much. I usually don't take calls like this at 2:40 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you for being available. All right. We do have 3 house calls. Our first house call is number 7, Jesse Dwyer. Jesse Dwyer is reported to be unpredictable. Our next house call is Jose Hernandez, numbers 13 and 14. Mr. Hernandez is reported to have attempted to fight one of the detention officers. And finally, our last house call is number 18, Miranda Varon. Ms. Varon is reported to be unpredictable. Based upon this information, I am finding that these individuals are a danger to self, a danger to others, or otherwise not able to function for purposes of appearing here in court this evening. As a result, I will be holding their initial appearance hearings at their cells. All right, our first house call is Jessie Dwyer. Ms. Dwyer's date of birth is August 9th of 1971. Ms. Dwyer is before the court, based upon a, warrant issued by the Superior Court based on allegations that she violated terms 3 and 5 of her probation in her case CR 2025-131156. In that matter, I am appointing her an attorney, and I am setting hearings on August 7th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I'm also setting a secured appearance bond in Ms. Dwyer's matter in the amount of $250. Our next house call is Jose Hernandez. Mr. Hernandez's date of birth is July 25th of 1991. Mr. Hernandez is here on a municipal court new case. And in that matter, it is alleged that he engaged in or committed the violation of disorderly courtroom conduct, class 1 misdemeanor. Based on the information contained in the Form 4, I'm not finding probable cause for that violation. In this matter, he's not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for him, but I am setting an arraignment hearing in the Peoria Municipal Court on August 18th at 9 a.m. All right. Yes.
Sarah Goodwin. She just got stage 2 right now.
Okay. Could we get Ms. Goodwin back? All right. Now, Mr. Hernandez is also here because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for his arrest based upon allegations that he violated his probation or terms 3, 4, 5, and 7 of his probation in his case CR 2015-131494. In that matter, I am appointing him an attorney, and I am setting hearings on August 7th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I'm also setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. Our last house call is Miranda Varon. Ms. Varon's date of birth is July 27th of 1979. Ms. Varon is here because the Arrowhead Justice Court issued a warrant for her arrest. This is a post-adjudication failure to pay warrant. In her matter there involving a 2019 matter involving DUI. In that matter, I am not appointing her an attorney this evening. However, she may, of course, retain an attorney at her own expense to represent her. I'm setting an arraignment hearing at Arrowhead Justice Court on August 18th at 2 p.m. My intention is to release Ms. Varon on her own recognizance. If anything changes after I talk to the house calls in-house, I will update my written orders in those cases. All right. During court, we were informed that, who has the page 2? That Ms. Goodwin has a page 2. I did move it over to you. Okay. Okay. Ms. Goodwin, come on back up. Thanks. Thank you for coming back. Since we were still doing the 11 p.m. docket and you had been here.
I appreciate it.
Okay, I was going to say I didn't mean to inconvenience you. My purpose was actually to convenience you.
Yes, ma'am. Need any help you can. I was literally headed to rehab as this whole thing started, and that's what the court orders for. I have 30 days of rehab, and then I have IOP.
Oh.
I have the IOP set up. I'm just trying to get the 30 days in. The first rehab I went to, I had to go to a mental health facility because I was having suicidal thoughts.
Okay. And I appreciate that information. It looks like
I'm SMI on that.
Okay. Okay.
And I will do anything. I just want to get to rehab, and I want to be. I don't want to mess up my probation. I'm sorry.
And you actually, if you just hold on a minute, let me get my paperwork.
I mean, like, I literally was just going there. I found a place and everything was really nice.
And this isn't going to change your outcome of your case, okay? So I don't want you to worry about that if that's what you're worried about right now.
I'm crying because I really wanted to get to rehab. I really did.
All right, so on your other matter, I'll try to talk and do things at the same time. Okay. All right, on your other matter, you were a justice court case, so I did release you on your own recognizance.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. One of these.
I was literally just on my way to rehab. I call my parole officer as soon as I get there. I'll go tonight. I will go anywhere tonight just to fix this.
All right, let's okay. All right.
I'm trying to get to rehab. Ma'am, I promise.
And as I stated, this isn't going to change. It's only going to change your release conditions a little bit. In that now that I know you're on Superior Court probation in your on your probation case. I'm gonna release you to the supervision of your adult probation officer. But let's get through it. Okay. So go ahead, state your name and date of birth.
Sarah, good one. 1979. I'm telling you.
Okay. All right. Now you thank you for coming back. You are also here because you are currently on probation in your case CR 2026-112953. In that matter, your probation officer has requested that a page 2 be filed based on allegations that your new charges, those are the trespass charges, constitute an alleged term 1 violation of your existing probation case. In your probation matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on August 7th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes, of course.
All right, then based upon your promise to appear, I'm going to go ahead and release you in this matter as well to the supervision of your adult probation officer. Now, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. You also need to make sure you go to those hearings, okay?
It's August 7th, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
So much.
Do you have any questions? All right. Officer will have your paperwork in this case. Officers, thank you for bringing her back in. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I'm going straight to rehab, I promise.
Okay. It's going to take a couple hours to process you out, but you should be able to leave tonight.
I appreciate this, ma'am. Thank you. I really do want to be clean.
Okay. Good luck to you in your recovery now.
Thank you guys so much.
All right, and that does bring us to the end of our 11 p.m. initial appearance calendar. We are going to go ahead, stand adjourned until 2 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we are off the record.